Testing, testing. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Day 2 live stream, Houston Texans point of view, of course. Appreciate y'all hopping in. If y'all been hopping in, getting the software up. Biggest question will be, is Shador going to the Browns at the top of the second? That is the biggest question, I think. That would be the biggest question for me. Good to be back. Good to be back. Give this a couple of seconds to lock in. Let's see. Let's get this stuff up and going. I do wonder, I do think the question we have to ask ourselves is if a team offers us, like let's say the Browns don't take Shador and a team offers us some crazy compensation, do we pull the trigger? And I think the answer to that might be yes. If I had to guess, I'd say if Shador is still there after the Browns pick, teams could be offering us some draft picks, man. I know we've already moved back. I'm not necessarily saying we have to by any means, but you could make that argument. It's up to the Browns really to kick this off and see where Shador ends up going. I'm trying to pull up the draft right now. Texans currently have 34, 58, 79, 89, 99, I believe. So 5 picks from 33 to 99. Or I should say from 34 to 99. We've got 5 picks, which is good. Which is very good. Teams just aren't rocking with him. I think that's the reality. Teams are not rocking with him. Probably a little bit of ego, but I think there's some real ability questions with Shador that I feel like a lot of people have brushed to the side for whatever reason. And then when you pair that with his attitude, not saying I know the guy, not saying I don't like him, but stuff adds up, and when you're already not marked as like, you know, a game changer wide receiver right out the gate, you've got to be careful with what you say and how you carry yourself. And the Giants met with Jackson Dart, liked what they saw, and it was wraps from there. So I think Shador probably goes to the Browns. If he doesn't, though, let's say the Browns don't pick Shador, we're up. Like, we're immediately up, and we are going to be getting a lot of phone calls. We already have been getting a lot of phone calls for that pick. I think we're projected to stay, which makes the most sense, in my opinion. Unless someone wants to sell the house to us, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure we're just projected to stick and pick at 34. If you're asking me what we're going for, I'd say offense or wide receiver. Offense or wide receiver, 100%. And the Texans can literally, they have their pick. There will be one player taken before the Texans choose. You have your selection. You can pick the guy you want. So good trade back last night. I know it was a little anticlimactic. Believe me, 100%. Totally agree with that. But sometimes you got to make the right move. And you secured a 3rd pick next year, which I think is really underrated with that trade. You got 99, so you moved back to the 2nd round. You got 99, which is 3rd round, and then you also, or 4th round, I guess, and you also got a 3rd round next year. So Browns are on the clock. Browns have just hit the clock. Let's see how fast they make this pick. I wonder if the Browns trade it. They've already made a pretty big trade, though. So, not 100% sure what they're going to do. can't get some fun
He has
here.
full control of his cadence while he's here. And he identifies the fact that they're trying to mess with him on the...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Shador conversation is interesting. I did not think Dart was going over Shador, but we had heard all the reporting with Dable and all that jazz, you know. So we'll see. This is kind of my who's left behind board. Not everyone is included on here. It would be way too big of a board, but there's some names. Not everyone here I think we should pick in the second round. There's some third rounders sprinkled in there as well. But some of these guys are going to start coming off the board, or at least they really, really should. So let me just do something really quick. Let's see here. Appreciate everyone for stopping in and checking in if you are. I guess I'll put this X, have it on standby, ready to go for when someone gets drafted. Browns still on the board. Wonder if they're shopping it. Wonder if they're taking phone calls. They very well could be. 4 minutes left for them on the clock. Be interesting to see who they take. The pick is in with the Browns. The pick is in with the Browns. I'm a little bit behind. Luther Burden makes a lot of sense, I think. I'm a little bit behind on the stream. But we will see who the Browns ultimately decide to pick. Not trying to do any spoilers. We're just gonna wait and see. This has implications for the Texans, 100%. Come on, guys. Let's get this draft going. Come on. Come on.
Maybe not the best competition, but when you watch a guy like...
Talking about Mike Green on the broadcast right now. He makes a lot of sense. Again, didn't really play against future NFL stars in college, but you wonder how long you can hold that against him. All right, I am trying to, you know what, I might just have to switch to the ESPN stream because this is being super laggy. I kind of want to have the build up though, so we'll see. This thing is lagging like hell.
If you don't think this guy is a really good player, he lit it up at the combine, and he's a great box safety. He's got great reaction, but he's also got ball skills. And some people question whether he can cover man-to-man, but I think he'll do just fine.
Yeah, when he made picks in college, he tended to do something with them as well. Had a big pick six in a game early in the season against Kentucky that sort of got South Carolina going.
All right, pick is in. Pick is in for the Browns. Again, guys, I'm a minute behind, so feel free to talk about it. I'm not going to be looking at the chat until, you know, picks have been put in. So feel free to talk about it. It's all good. You're not going to spoil it, nothing like that. But I am curious to see who they're going to say, who they're going to pick. Say Luther Burden's out there. That safety that I can't remember his name. Emmanuel Wari's out there. Let's listen to this.
Here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA.
The first overall pick in the draft was a former zero-star recruit in Cam Ward, who became the first overall pick in the draft.
Carson Schlesinger. I didn't look into this guy. I'm gonna be real. Y'all gonna have to help me out. I don't mean any disrespect. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I have no idea who that dude is. Linebacker out of UCLA. I don't want to disrespect him. I got to the big linebacker names. Now it gets interesting because are we trading back to let someone get Shador, or does the NFL just hate this dude? Is Shador a third-round pick? I don't know. Now it's pretty interesting. Wow, Sanders still not selected by the Browns. I know there was a bet. I think Sanders was like minus 180. I think Sanders was like minus 180 to go to the Browns this morning. That's insane, man. This slide is real. It happens. That's insane. Texans should be on the clock any second now. The Texans are about to pick. The Texans are about to pick their first selection. No way that linebacker took any ground. So the Texans are wide receiver, O-line, wide receiver, O-line, wide receiver, O-line. That's what the Texans need. Let's get Owen Wilson, I believe, is doing the pick. Wide receiver, O-line, wide receiver, O-line, wide receiver, O-line, wide receiver, O-line. I like Higgins. You could throw a couple of tackle and guard names out there that I would like. At 34, I wonder what they are going to do. What does Nick Caserio need? What does he think the biggest hole is? Yes, Urser up there. Savayena's up there. Tate Ratledge, the guard, who I think you could wait on a little bit. Well, let's see. Houston Texans' first pick of the draft. About to happen. Okay, I don't honestly care too much about Schwessinger. Why am I nervous, dude? I'm getting nervous. I should not be getting this nervous. I'm not even in the decision-making process, man. All right, come on. Pictures of the draft room. I see Caserio. I see D'Amico behind the monitors. Biggest needs are tackle, guard, receiver. What do we have here? Owen Daniels, give me something good. Come on now. Come on now. Come on.
With the 34th pick
Come on.
in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Come on.
The Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins.
Yes.
wide receiver
Yes.
from Iowa State.
Yes. Yes. Good shit. Yes.
Jaden Higgins,
Yes.
one of a couple of Iowa
Yes.
State wide receivers who expect
Yes.
to hear their name called.
Yes.
Big fella, he's
Good
a little
pick.
over 6'4",
Good
has some
pick.
size on the outside.
Thank God.
This guy reminds
Thank
me of
God.
Nico Collins.
Thank God. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Jaden Higgins. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Good pick. It's a good pick. That is a good pick. I told you they weren't going to take Burden. I told you they weren't going to take Burden. They don't like his character, bro. That's the reality. They don't like the character. Jaden Higgins is a good pick. That is a good pick at 34. I like it. That's a good pick. You needed a receiver, man. You absolutely needed a receiver. Good pick. Good pick.
Very nice draft spot.
And looks like we got our first trade of the night here. Seattle's moved up to Tennessee spot at number 35 in exchange for picks 52
Seattle's
and
up?
82. So Seattle's up.
Seattle just traded.
What are we looking at possibly?
That Sam Darnold deal is a one-year deal. Right?
Good stuff.
In terms of quarterback commitment.
That is the right pick, in my opinion. I love Higgins. He's solid.
3 years,
That's a solid pick. Higgins at 34, that makes a lot of sense.
Signed Matt Flynn free agency from the Packers, and then in the third round, not in the second, but in the third round, drafted Russell Wilson, and then they put the ball in the middle, Joker style, right? Said somebody win it, right? And Matt Flynn goes and ends up.
All right, dude, you got to stop talking. I'm going to be you got to stop talking. That is a good pick, guys. There's a lot to like about Jaden Higgins. Don't be confused about it. There's a lot to like about Jaden Higgins. That is a solid pick. Go get your receiver. That was my favorite receiver on the board. Had him over Elick as well. So I like that. I like that a lot. Good stuff. Oh, I can breathe again. Jaden Higgins. You are a Houston Texan. Y'all even see that. Peeking behind. It's a little A little much. It's a solid pick. We'll see who Seattle picks.
And now offensive line was a big reason because of that. But when you have Kenneth Walker the third, you have Zach Charbonnet, you have to make sure that you can rush the ball.
Yeah, great pick, Travis. It's a great pick. I love it. Look, I told you they weren't drafting Luther Burden. Character issues, diva. I told you. This would have been my pick. Like, Jaden Higgins is my pick. I would have taken him in the back of the first at the earliest. Yeah, you would have been fine with him at 25. It is a good pick. He's a big receiver. He's like 6'4", really good technique and ball skills. Not the most physical for his size, but very, very technically sound. So I love the pick. I like that, you know, they're going big with the receivers. I like it. I'm sure Nick Caley was in on this too. This is the second Iowa State receiver on the team now with Xavier Hutchinson. So they picked an Iowa State receiver twice in these past 2 years, because Xavier Hutchinson went to Iowa State. But solid pick. This pick allows Christian Kirk to play the slot more. Having two big physical wide receivers will only help the Texans. I agree with you, dude. Great pick. That was my perfect pick. Love it. Great pick. You could make the argument Burden might have been better. Like, you could make that argument. The reality is they're not drafting Burden. Whether you want them to or not, Luther Burden will never be a member of the Houston Texans. Not with the stuff that was said about him, and with the stuff we've kind of heard. So, yeah. Good pick, though. Big fan of that. Good job by Nick. You get a very solid receiver. And the Seattle Seahawks are taking. Who are they taking?
Do something there. The pick is in for the Seahawks here. Again, interesting what this franchise is sort of doing.
What are they doing?
I think the Sam Darnold pickup was interesting, but it still doesn't quite feel like all the pieces.
What is Seattle doing
are
here?
There, Ben. I mean, like, again, obviously offensive line here seems good, but I think they've got some work to do in this draft.
Yeah, like I said, we talked about quarterback, we talked about offensive line. The same thing was true at corner for them.
Come on.
They want to play Devon Witherspoon out of
All right, they're not showing it. Oh, get that off my chest. Like, that was the pick. Any other pick, I would have been a little disappointed. Like, you could have picked Jonas Savaiena there, and a little piece of me would have died. But I would have been like, yeah, good pick. We need O-line. You just don't find talented big receivers like that. They're hard to find. He's a big receiver, but he's not Trey Harris, who can like only catch deep balls and only bully you with his size. He's technical, man. I know everyone makes this comp when they pick a receiver, but he's got Drake London traits. Okay, I'm not saying he's Drake London. I'm just saying bigger receiver, can run routes, can catch the ball, and you wish he was more physical. That's what you're getting. Really good to pair with Nico Collins. I like that a lot. I like the pick a lot. Nick Amanawari goes to the Seattle Seahawks. Very good safety. My second favorite safety in this draft behind Starks. Very good pickup for the Seahawks. Yeah, there's no way that Shador was even going there, right? We're trolling in this other chat, I think. So, yeah. I don't know much about this Higgins guy. So, Hercules, he's good. Played at Iowa State. He's about 6'4", but he doesn't play like he's 6'4". He plays more of like, I don't want to say a slot receiver, but very technical, very fast for his size. He's faster than Tet McMillan for his size. They're both, 6'4"-ish. So, very big, Nico Collins-esque. You want him to be a Nico Collins. Like, he can. I don't think he has as great of contested catch ability as Nico Collins does. Just imagine like a big slot guy. That's what I see with Jaden Higgins. He can play the X. He can win deep balls, but very quick for his size. You wish he was a little more physical, but I mean, 34, man, we're cooking. That's fine. That is fine. I actually almost made a video about taking Jaden Higgins at 25. I almost made it, and now I really wish I did, because you end up getting him at 34. So he's good. Bubba's glad to see you get a win. I was worried about you yesterday. Man, me too, dude. I was worried about me too yesterday. It made sense. Like, I'm not going to lie. The trade back made sense. Don't get me wrong. But, yeah, when you're streaming for 3 hours, you really want to see someone get picked. So I love that. Seattle, great pick with Amanawari. That's solid. So, solid pick up there. Browns are now up picking Do they go Sanders? Seems to be the question everyone wants to know. All right, Shadow, we know what's on the menu next. Look for Ratledge or Hawaiian last name guy. Yeah, Savaiena, that's funny. After line, I'm looking to running back, either Blue, Smith, or Giddens. Yeah, we can cross receiver off the checklist. Receiver's good. If you want to get one in the 7th, fine. You know, maybe 6th. If we have a 6th, I don't know if we have a 6th. But yeah, we're looking for O-line, I'd say, next. And then you can do running back. You can go to a little defense after that. So, like the Texans have said multiple times, they love. Oh, okay. Judkins to the Browns. Judkins to the Browns. Quinshawn Judkins to the Browns with the 3rd pick. Some of y'all are going to be upset about that. That's a good pick. It's a good pick. A little early, I thought, but it's a good pick. So Judkins is gone from the Browns. Judkins is gone. Browns take him. He is the 3rd running back off the board. I would be a little more upset about it, but with the picks we have, we're gonna be fine on running back. I almost want running back to be selected like in the 3rd round because you're gonna have someone fall to you, Dylan Sampson, maybe Henderson. You're gonna have someone fall to you. So yeah, and then receiver-wise, the only thing to keep your eye on is how. You know, obviously how Elik Iomenor does, because Elik Iomenor is literally Jaden Higgins, but with a little less technical skills, a little more physicality. So that's kind of the same archetype. Luther Burden, again, probably going to be really good in the NFL if he can get his mind and off-the-field stuff together. But, yeah, I mean, that's a great pick. I liked Higgins a lot. I like Jaden Higgins a lot, so solid pick. All right, either Blue, Smith, or Giddens, all good names. I think a running back will fall, though. Just don't know which one. Yeah, there's so many running backs in this draft. Someone's going to fall. And I agree. There's no way of telling. I mean, look, the Browns had Judkins as running back number 3 on their board, good enough to where they snagged him. So, you know, did I have Judkins that high? No. I like Dylan Sampson more. I like Caleb Johnson more. I do like Judkins a good amount, though. He was high up there. Probably in that same class for me. But, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Scatabo, a lot of people they like Scatabo. A lot of people don't like Scatabo. Like, you could have made that argument. Tootin, yeah, from, where's he from? I can't remember where he's from, but his, like, first name's, like, by Shell, right? I saw some of his tape, for sure. He's a good pick. So, Judkins is the 3rd running back off the board. Oh, my voice, man. My voice is killing me, man. Not gonna lie, I went crazy for that Higgins pick, man. I was going crazy. Never been that lit before. Never been that lit before. The Las Vegas Raiders trade the pick to Miami. The Las Vegas Raiders trade the pick to Miami. The Dolphins are now on the clock. They selected Kenneth Grant at 13. So the Dolphins are on the clock. Yeah, Virginia Tech. That sounds right. Shadow. It was Virginia Tech. Yeah, really good, speedy receiver. I mean, running back, you know, quick on his feet. I liked him too. Yeah, I know we're coming off like the best season of running backs ever. I don't know. I'm more of a taker running back in like a 3rd round. Especially in this draft class. Like, you know, I can respect taking Genty at 6. I can respect Hampton being taken. You know, but like the Judkins thing at 34 or 35, whatever it was, it's like, you know, I mean, I like it, but there's so many running backs in this draft. I almost feel, you know, you feel a little bit blessed that you're at 58 still. So we'll see what the Texans do, though. They could easily move up. 100% happen. So. Last night was kind of brutal. Do you expect the same kind of sniping for the rest of the draft? I would say yes, but the Texans can also snipe. Like, the Texans have picks. If they want a guy and they haven't, their eyes are set on him, they can go get him. That's the thing. They have so much draft capital now. I mean, especially if you count their next year picks. Their next year picks are crazy as well. So, Texans are in a really good spot. Dolphins pick is in. check that. Do you think we go O-line next pick? 100%. I think you have to go O-line. You've got the receiver you wanted. You've got the receiver you liked on your board. So, yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys watch the Texans YouTube channel, but
When maybe you have a 3-point lead, 4.5 minutes to go.
Jonah Savaiena goes to the Dolphins. That impacts the Texans 100%. Jonah Savaiena has just picked up, 37 to the Dolphins. Wow, what are the odds that the two guys that go are right next to each other on my board? Shout out me. But, yeah. Yeah, Jonah's, he's a good player. He's a good player. So you can no longer take him. You can no longer take Jonah. Do you think we go O-line next pick? Yes. Once the barrier of O-line is lifted, I think the sky's the limit. I agree. And if more stuff like this happens, where you start already losing out on some guards and some tackles, you might have to switch some gears. You might have to trade up. Yeah, if Ratledge goes before you pick, I mean, I don't think he will. I think Ratledge will be there at 58. Tate Ratledge, I think he'll be there at 58. Urser might not be. But there's also like Ozzy Trapilo, I think his name is. There's names. So New England now on the clock at 38. The thing I loved about Savaiena is that he has a crazy work ethic. I mean, at the Senior Bowl, he was always trying to get more reps. He was never satisfied. He was just doing everything. So I liked his work ethic, and I like his name. His background's cool. He's like Samoan, which is fire. So good stuff there. Okay, I just want to double check. I'm like 99.9% sure that's Jaden Higgins. I just want to make sure I didn't put Jaylen Noel on there because they're the same team. They look kind of, yeah, okay, I had that right. I was like, I don't want to show y'all Jaylen Noel the whole time because he's also a receiver, also Iowa State, looks kind of similar. So, yeah, I do like Higgins a lot. I like that pick. So, Shedeur Sanders, I guess, is going to the UFL probably. Jared Wilson, Jake Majors, yep, could be good names. Milam, yeah, Wyatt Milam, tackle. Dude, I'm forgetting. Let me just look this up because I used to know all these. He's a tackle that it really plays like a guard. Where did he go? Yeah, West Virginia. Yeah, he's solid. I like him. I think he's more in the third round, but then again, if offensive linemen stop jumping off the board, then you might have to bite the bullet. That's the thing. Like, it's so nice sitting at 34 and you can pick whoever you want, right? So, I mean, shoot, I had Jaden Higgins third on my board at the top there, behind Burden and Iomanor. Burden you can ignore because they were never picking him. Iomanor, I mean, it's close. It's very close. There's things to like about Iomanor's game. And there's things to like about Higgins' game. So, again, Besh, it would have been too early for Besh, as much as I love Besh. And, yeah, no other receivers, even a second-round pick that's down there. So, I think Shedeur working at my local McDonald's, he might have to start learning Chinese, man. He might need to be playing overseas for a couple of years, man. No disrespect. Yeah. Patriots taking a while. Got about 50 seconds left on the clock. So that is what it is. I mean, and we still have like 3 more picks today, right? Because we have 58. No, we have one more. Sorry, 58. But then we have a bunch of picks in the 4th round and 3rd round. Or no, in the 4th round as well. So. No, what am I saying? We have a lot of picks today. Don't listen to me. We have a lot of picks today. We will be fine. All right, the Patriots are selecting.
As bad as you see in the league, right? Left guard Liam Eichenberg has been there for a long time. Has just struggled to find his footing as a starter. Now, right guard, they signed James.
Patriots pick is in. 4 more. Thank you, Shadow. 4 more. That sounds right because it was 58, 79, 89, 99. And we already had 34. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have 4 picks. You got a long, long way to go. Patriots pick is in. They have Stephon Diggs. Biggest news of the day is Jonas Savaiena and Judkins not being there. So that's fine. Again, I'm not a big, take a running back early type of guy, but I know there's a lot of guys that wanted to see Judkins. Nick Casario hits 3 or 4 of these, then I'm over the moon. Bro, you and me both, man. I went crazy. Like, in my heart, I wanted Higgins. I didn't know if they would do it, but they did it, man. They pulled the trigger.
Your awareness of what the defense may be doing, no matter what position you're at. So I love his versatility. He is a guard. He's not going to play tackle in the NFL.
Agreed.
And he is a people mover. When he gets his hands on you, you're going back.
Okay, I don't really care about Savaiena anymore now that he's not an option. Patriots pick will be delivered in a second. So far, so good, though. Good start to the draft. Filled that receiver hole, which is a big one. Yeah, I wonder if there's some universe where they're like chill with Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram. Like, I hope not. I wonder if there's a universe where they're fine with that. They're fine with Scruggs. They're fine with Patterson. And they're fine with Titus playing guard. And they just go like running back at 58. That would be interesting to me. I wouldn't like bet on it. I wouldn't really put it past them. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. It is pick 38, Logan. The Patriots picked Trayvon Henderson. So Travion Henderson's gone. Travion Henderson has been picked by the Patriots. That's significant. That is definitely significant as well. Wow, everyone going off around the same area on my board. So interesting. Travion Henderson is gone. Patriots just picked him up. So running back might be there might be a little run on running backs. No pun intended, but you're still fine. I mean, Caleb Johnson's really underrated in this draft. Dylan Sampson's one of my favorite. He's not even on here. I don't know why I didn't put him on here. Let me go get Dylan Sampson on here real quick. Like, there's names out there. There does seem to be a movement towards running backs, though. Again, I think if you really want to go trade up and get a running back, you could. I don't think I'd love it as much as just chilling for a bit, but you never know. Trayvon Henderson. Guess I'll put Sampson right there. Yeah, it is. It's a big draft for Ohio State for sure. Big draft for them for sure. I think Higgins was high on Steve Smith Sr.'s board too. Yeah, that helps. I think he was. I know he like hated Tet. I know he hated Tet McMillan, but he still had him like top 3 or whatever. So Oscar thought it started at 7 Eastern, man. That's how they get you. 7 p.m. Eastern time, so 6 p.m. Central. Unless you happen to be, a different time. But yeah, I'm assuming you're not. Yeah, so pick 39 right now. Chicago. So what? 2 running backs have come off and a guard has come off. So there's that. Yeah, so it started with Carson Schwessinger, the linebacker out of UCLA. Texans pick Jaden Higgins. Great pick. Nick Manawari goes. No bearing on the Texans. Judkins go. Important. Saviena goes. Important. Travion Henderson goes. Important. So 3 picks back-to-back that I could see the Texans drafting. Obviously not anymore. But then again, you know, they take their guy. They go grab Higgins. Kind of a run on running backs happening. I hope that doesn't extend to linemen, because we do need some linemen for the Texans. So, yeah, the Bears pick is in, so we'll watch that. You think in a couple of years' time, Jeremiah Smith will live up to the hype and be a future legend? Yeah, he's the truth, dude. Jeremiah Smith is legit. I know people were saying they would have drafted him 6th overall in this draft, like right now. I don't know, maybe push the brakes on that a little bit, but yeah, he's the truth, man. All right, let's see who Ben Johnson decides to select after taking Colston Loveland. After Colston Loveland, who does Ben Johnson take and bring into the clubhouse? Eliminate out. %. As many defensive picks as possible. Push those players down the board. 100%. I don't know if Shador might be like a 4th rounder, right? Like, what do we? They don't believe. The NFL does not think Shador is good. Because if they thought he was good, they would draft him and have him as a backup and try to develop him. But they don't care. And it might be a little bit of his attitude as well. But for whatever reason, the Bears do not think, the NFL does not think Shador Sanders is good, and the Bears select, I'm kind of scared. The Bears select, it's loading. The NFL is doing their thing, they're getting their ad revenue in. Luther Burden. There you go. So Luther Burden finally goes. The Bears snag Luther Burden. I think Ben Johnson can't help himself, honestly. I think Ben Johnson can't help himself. Ben Johnson cannot help himself. He's thinking of his offensive scheme because he's an offensive genius. He sees Luther Burden get passed up. He takes him. I'm not going to lie, that's a good draft, dude. Loveland and then Burden, that's a pretty good draft, man. Good for them. Look, only reason, I'm not going to lie to you, there are some potential, ability reasons, skill reasons why Luther Burden fell. His production fell off heavily. At Missouri, so there's that. But I don't know. His quarterback play wasn't that great. I don't know if we can 100% do that. One second, guys. Yeah, Luther Burden. It's going to be interesting to see what Luther Burden turns out to be. Obviously, for me, the comparison is always going to be between Jaden Higgins and Luther Burden. But let's pull up Jaden Higgins' stats. Because if they're anything... Let's see. Iowa State Cyclones receiver. Can I just see his stats, please? Stats. Don't want the NCAA. So he had a 1,000-yard season, put up 1,100 yards this year. Last year put up 983. 9 touchdowns this year. So pretty solid. 87 catches. He's a solid receiver. 6'4", 215 pounds. 6'4", 215 pounds. Nico Collins is 6'4", 223. So they're both 6'4". On to pick 40 now. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Luther Burden really is that much of a diva, or if he changes. I think he can be really good, man. I think Burden can be really good. I don't want to hate on him too much. Like, I mean, he looks like he's playing. You're playing with the joystick on Madden when you see him run. Like, he's got the jukes. He's got everything. But yeah. Oscar says, I think we take 2 straight offensive linemen. I wouldn't love that. I think you take 1. I think it's the next pick. Maybe you trade up and secure a guy. You want to see as many defensive picks as possible. Yes, sir. Keep rereading chat. Sorry, guys. Yep, 100%. Yeah, Shadow, I feel you, bro. Texans games are fun. I know I'm going to 1 this season. I'm not sure which one, though. Do you think we take another receiver later? I don't think it's our next pick. If you mean like 4th round, 6th round, 7th round, I could see it. I could see them rolling the dice on some 7th round wide receiver. I would probably rather a running back, though, assuming we haven't already picked a running back. I do think the Saints could be looking at Sanders right here, right? Because a lot of people were expecting Shador to go to the Saints in the 1st round. Are they really going to pass him at 40 now? Don't know. So, Jaden Higgins becomes the first wide receiver taken in round 2, followed by Luther Burden. I think we can say Ian Minor will be next, and then Besh. Those are my picks. Ian Minor and then Besh. Saints on the clock. They are the ones who took Kelvin Banks from us, but it's okay. What pick for a position we need would you hate? What pick for a position we need would you hate to see? Any players you think are overhyped at these levels? That's a very good question. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Okay, really quick. Oh my gosh. The Saints take Tyler Show from Louisville, the quarterback. Oh my gosh. Shador will be the 4th quarterback taken if he's even taken. That's madness, man. Wow, Tyler Show out of Louisville is taken before Shador Sanders. That is insane. Wow. Shador, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. I'll see you in Shanghai when I visit. I never visit, but that's crazy, man. Shador still awaits. That's insane. That's crazy. Shador, get ready to learn Chinese, man. Get ready to learn Chinese. Insane. He will be the 4th quarterback, right? Am I tripping? No. Yeah. Ward, Dart, Show. I mean, at this point, are we going to take the kid from Will? Are we going to take Will Howard from Syracuse? We're going to take the dude from Texas? I don't know, man. That's crazy. Insane. Okay, back to these questions. A player that's overhyped. Let's see. I don't like Isaiah Bonds. The Texans won't take him because of his issues with the, off the field stuff. Restrepo's not really hyped anymore. I don't think you can really go wrong, honestly, at 58. I don't know. I feel like it's a good, healthy group of guys, especially on this board. Like, I put these guys here because I like them. I almost want to say Tate Ratledge is a little overrated, like, technically. He's a very, very good athlete. But but maybe technically Tate Ratledge is a little overrated. Like I think you can get him in the 3rd round. Chicago just traded their pick, which makes sense because they literally just picked up Burden. So Buffalo is now on the clock. Milrow. I forgot about Milrow. Yeah, for real. Milrow going next. I can't take any more Shador disrespect. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it's disrespect at this point. I mean, we had heard that in his interviews, he was horrible. Like, he was the worst interviewer ever, or interviewee ever. Probably has an ego, is probably super cocky, and then teams are like, you're not even that good in college. I don't know, okay? I'm not there. But I definitely thought Dart could go ahead of Shador. I did not think that dude from Louisville was going over Shador. Like, that's insane. So the question is, will Shiloh go before him now? That's the real question. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, Kyle McCord's still there. Jalen Milrow. So if the Texans didn't find a trade partner last night, who would you have taken? That is a really good question. If the Texans didn't find a trade partner, I got to see who went. I mean, you could have taken Higgins, honestly. You could have taken Higgins at 25. I know Nick Caserio in like the press conference he did, they were asking him like, when did you know you were going to move back or whatever? And he said there was a guy that they were thinking about taking at 25 that it was still on the board today. And that was Jaden Higgins. It has to be because they just picked him. So I think you could have taken Jaden Higgins at 25. I almost made a video literally saying, should we take Higgins at 25? And I didn't make it. And I really regret not making it because he's a very solid player. So I do like Higgins a lot. I wouldn't have taken an offensive lineman. I wouldn't have gone for Saviena at 25. I mean, I guess that would be the next name probably. I like Saviena more than Urser. I wouldn't have gone running back. I wouldn't have gone defense. So that's the thing. You were so handcuffed, you needed to trade back. That's the real thing. So yeah, you were so handcuffed, you had to trade back because that was by far the best decision they could have made. They're doing this to my bro. What's going to happen to me? That's funny. Yeah, you could have taken Simmons. You could have taken Simmons at 25. Obviously, the Texans didn't like his medicals, tore his patellar tendon. The thing is, when you tear your patellar tendon, it's not like tearing your ACL. Like your ACL, and the ACL tear can be devastating. But ACL usually heals in like a year. You get back to full strength or maybe like 80, 90% full strength. Patella tendon tear takes like 2 years to get back to full strength. And then even then, like, it can be a lot more devastating because that tendon connects your knee to your shin. So like your explosiveness, being able to balance your knee, like it's a bad injury. So obviously I say all that with a grain of salt because the Chiefs thought that he was worthy enough to protect Patrick Mahomes. But the reality is he slid, and then you don't even call it a slide because of his injury, but he was like a top 3 tackle going into this year, and gets that injury, and he's a damn near second rounder. So, all right, Buffalo Bills selections in, and they select. It's gonna take a minute. It's going to take a minute for this to come up. Also, shout out the Rockets. I'm gonna definitely be watching that Rockets game tomorrow. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle from South Carolina. Good pick. I like TJ Sanders a lot. Joshua Farmer's another name I think is pretty good if you're looking for the D tackles. But again, didn't expect the Texans to be looking at D tackle this early in the draft. So solid pick for the Bills. Obviously, defensive player, no real effect on the Texans. So Yeah, T.J. Sanders, solid pick for the Bills. They traded up for him too, so they really liked what they saw. They really liked what they saw. Shamar Turner is solid. Yeah, I always get Shamar Turner mixed up with Stewart. You know, the first rounder who went. But yeah, he's good too. I feel like you have to go guard, honestly, at this point. Just get it over with. I mean, if you're telling me I'd rather a second round guard than a third round guard, right? Like, this is becoming a meme now, dude. This is getting bad. Like, I almost feel bad for Shador, because this is blowing up the internet right now. Apparently, Tyler Show is 25 and has had 3 season-ending injuries in college. He is the same class as Trevor Lawrence. That's the dude they picked over Sanders. 3 season-ending injuries in college, 25, same class as Trevor Lawrence. And they chose him over Sanders. So, yeah, I think that's crazy. I mean, I know more about McCord at this point. But it's the Saints, man. It's their pick, not mine. Jets pick is in. We're currently at 42. Jets pick is in at 42. Jared Wilson, Anthony Belton, Charles Grant, Marcus Mbow. Got some names. I do wonder what I would pay so much money just be in the room when the Texans are in that draft, that war room. Like, I'd pay so much money to see what their board looks like and how they do it. Guess I'll give you guys something to look at. So here we go. Jaden Higgins making it. Give me 1 second. I need to make this dude a little smaller. There we go. Higgins making it. I didn't miss anyone, right? Yeah, everyone's still there that I have on here. So. Jets pick is in. Who did the Jets? They took Membo. So the Jets took Membo, or Membu, however you say his name. I always say Membo. I don't know if that's right. But he's a cool guy. He's young, very physically gifted, strong lower base. Like, he can walk right in and play tackle. Only 6'3", but he can play tackle. Long arms. Really like that dude. Justin Fields in the Jets. I think the goal for O-line is to avoid a guy you haven't talked about or we haven't heard of. Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially in the second round. I mean, I haven't talked about everyone. There's like Ozzie, the dude from Boston College. He's a solid tackle. I didn't get to look at him that much, though, I'll be honest. There's only so many offensive linemen I can, like, force myself to watch, you know. It's a brutal position to watch at times, especially when you've been watching a lot of it. But, yeah, let's see. Urser I watched. Ratledge is good. I mean, maybe they could go tight end. Would you hate a tight end pick? Potentially. There's just not that many, like, true guards that are sticking out to me that are super high. Milam we talked about. Jared Wilson we talked about. Sabayan is gone. Marcus Mbo we talked about. Yeah, Ozzie Trapilo. 6'8", 309, Boston College. He looked solid to me. He looked good. Appreciate that, Bubba's. Appreciate that, Shadow. Yeah, go ahead and like the stream, guys. Share it as well. When did the Samoan get picked? He went right after Judkins. So he got picked at 37 by the Miami Dolphins, Savaiena, which was a pick after Judkins, which was a pick after Manawari, which was a pick after us with Jaden Higgins. So he went 37th. So yeah, the Texans could have gone for Savaiena. They could have chose to go guard first. Ultimately, they did it on cue. Mason Taylor is the third tight end to go out of LSU. So the Jets take Mason Taylor. I'm going to be real. I don't even know if he's better than Elijah Arroyo. I like Elijah Arroyo more. Obviously, Arroyo has had an ACL tear like 2 years ago. So he's got a little bit of tread on the tires, but he really blew up, had a breakout season. Mason Taylor's solid, though. He's solid. Wow, this Shador thing's crazy. Yeah, Harold Fannin. Harold Fannin's a good name. I would like him a little bit later, but he's solid. Yeah. Shoot for 2 more picks this round. Yeah, potentially, man. Do some trading up. You could do it. Mason Taylor's solid. I don't love that pick, honestly. I mean, again, I think Elijah Arroyo makes more sense. That's just me, though. That's just me. 49ers now on the clock. They picked Mykel Williams at 11. Restrepo might be undraftable at this point. He ran like a 4.8. Which is crazy. I'm not trying to hate, but that was crazy. I'm like, dude, if you're 5'9", you've got to be quick. Like, you have to be. Same thing with Tez Johnson. Like, Tez Johnson turned out to be very slow from Oregon. He's a smaller dude. I'm like, come on, man. You got to be quick, dude. Maybe it was just an off day. I know Restrepo said he was injured, but then don't run. That's the best thing to do. Thing about taking a tight end is you don't really know what you have in. Okay, Alfred Collins goes, the defensive tackle, solid pick. 49ers needed more defense for sure. I don't know who that is, Shadow. I'm gonna be real. I have no idea who that is. I didn't get a chance to look at him, so I'll take your word for that. I know Syracuse had an amazing passing offense with Will McCord, and because I know we interviewed their offensive coordinator for our offensive coordinator job. Jeff Nixon, I think, is the offensive coordinator for Syracuse because the Texans interviewed him to be an offensive coordinator. But yeah, I did not get to their tight end, so I can't speak on that. But yeah, that's all you, man. Not saying he's bad, just literally didn't get a chance to watch him. Cowboys have already... okay, someone has a poll up that says, do the 49ers now have the best defensive line in the NFL? Guys, come on. Let's stop with the engagement picks. No, they don't have the best defensive line in the NFL. These guys haven't touched NFL grass yet. What are we doing? I guess it worked because it got me engaged, but... Guess it worked because it got me engaged, but I don't know. Biggest sleeper for end of the draft, Shadow, would be, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. It's the running back from SMU. The running back from SMU, if that counts as the end of the draft. Brashard Smith. I like him a lot. I like Brashard Smith a lot. He's a smaller running back, used to play receiver. Rashard Smith used to play receiver, got moved to running back, really productive. Came over from Miami to SMU, solid running back. I think the Texans like him as well. I think they like him. I know they've done like research on him. And yeah, he's not supposed to go till like past pick 100. So, yeah. Oscar says he likes Higgins, but he thinks Burden is better. Burden's definitely shiftier, definitely more juke skills, you know, whatever you call that. He's twitchier. That's the word I'm looking for. Burden's definitely twitchier. Burden's like 6 feet tall, about 200 pounds, really shifty. Higgins is 6'4", 220. Not super physical, but, you know. The other thing he has is he has a really big catch radius. Higgins does. So, yeah, you know, that's all you. You can think Burden's better. I don't know if Burden's worth the trouble in a sense of, like, his attitude and all that. Because I'm repeating what I've heard, and I've heard that he's turned off a lot of NFL teams with his off the field actions. So we could be in good trade up territory as well. If the Texans want to trade up and get someone, I mean, you could definitely do it at this point. It's pick 44 currently, will be 45. So Cowboys picked up Tyler Booker at 12. That's fine. Good for them. He'll probably be good. I just don't like taking guards that high. How threatened are you 1-10 on AFC South edition? If there's no injuries, I mean, Jacksonville, I just don't respect Trevor Lawrence that much. I don't respect what the Colts have going at their quarterback room. I don't really probably, I'd say maybe like a 5. I'm not super threatened. I think Cam Ward's going to have a hell of a time trying to adapt with the Texans' defense in his grill constantly. I think Cam Ward is very good and should have been the first-round pick, but, I mean, I don't think anyone thinks he was as talented as, like, Bryce Young. I know that's a bad example because Bryce Young did bad, but, you know, I'm still not that threatened, honestly. Our defense is just so good. It suffocates. And if we draft a freaking lineman, we might actually be able to keep an offense together, man. I'm also really biased, so that's the other thing. Like, I never think we'll have issues, so that's part of it as well, for sure. All right. Donovan Ezuraku, the edge from Boston College. It's a little early for him, is it not? Is it not a little bit early for Donovan Ezuraku? I don't know if I like that pick. I don't know if I like that pick. But not a bad pick. But I don't know. Do you think Ward Lockett should be taken seriously? I mean, Lockett's really nearing the end of his career. He's a solid veteran receiver that can help their receiver room out. He knows how to get open at this stage in his career, but I wouldn't say threatening. Cam Ward, I think there's been better players. There's been better picks. I trust our defense more than I trust Cam Ward walking into the Titans situation, honestly. So I don't. Like, everyone should be taken seriously. They're all NFL players, but I don't know. I'm fine. It's fine. Why don't you have any defensive players on your board? Because I only did this for the first 2 picks, and I think the first 2 picks should be offense. So really 1 pick left. Yeah, that's why, Oscar. Don't really have. I mean, I can talk about defensive players if you want. I definitely got to look at less defensive players than offensive players just because I was really shooting for the early first-round pick and second-round pick and third-round picks. But Yeah, I mean, okay, Colts are up at 45. Their pick's in. So we'll see that. Houston Rockets says, how do you feel about the pick? I love it, man. Higgins is a good receiver. He's a fringe round one type of guy. He got selected where he should have been selected. You could make the argument he should have been selected in the first round. Nick Caserio said in the press conference that there was a guy they would have taken at 25 that they ended up moving back and said he was still there. That's like got to be Higgins because they just drafted him. So really good receiver, big 6'4" build type of guy. He's faster than Tet McMillan. I really like him, man. I like Jaden Higgins. He's solid. Him and Nico Collins are going to be, they're going to be deadly. So they're going to be very deadly. Yeah, no problem, Houston. I got you. Houston, speaking of the Rockets, man. Rockets in 7. Rockets in 7. 100%. Colts select JT Tuimalau. Tuimalau. Ohio State. Yeah, I didn't get to him. I don't know if he is he good? He's probably pretty decent. JT Tuimalau. I didn't get to him. Someone's gonna have to fill me in on that. Yeah, you really see the defensive side of me not shining through. Also, Will Johnson is still on the board. Definitely because of his injury. He had like a knee issue. But Will Johnson is still on the board. Everyone willing to write him off, it seems. Do you think Christian Kirk is a long-term piece to the team or short-term until Tank comes back to the season? I think he's more of a long-term piece. He's got a great work ethic, great attitude. The Texans will love that. He should have never really been paid how much he was paid. No one really saw that in him except the Jags. And he had a really good season before he got injured after he got paid. So I think he'll stick around. I think he can be a long-term solution. I think the Texans would welcome that. Tank Dell, I mean, you don't want to replace Christian Kirk with Tank Dell yet. I mean, Tank Dell destroyed his knee, like blew out everything in his knee. So there's and I hate saying this, but there's a chance Tank Dell comes back and he's not the same guy, which would suck. But that's just the reality. That's why so many teams aren't willing to take, really small receivers early, because it's a big person league. The NFL is a big person league. So I really liked the Kirk pickup. I thought it was good job by Nick. It's very similar to the Joe Mixon pickup, which also paid a lot of dividends as well. Let's see what else we have. Rams pick is in. Will Johnson still on the board. Trey Amos still on the board as well. So I just got a report from Albert Breer that says the Texans are trying to trade up right now. So someone close to the Texans said that they are trying to trade up from 58 as we speak. Probably to go get that guard. So I repeat, the Texans are trying to trade up right now from 58. Okay, people are comparing Higgins to Hutchinson. Guys, don't do that. Okay, I know they played on the same team in college. I know they're the same build, but guys, Higgins has put a lot more on tape than Hutchinson ever did. So Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Trust me. Higgins is a good pick. Bubba says, here we go. We did try yesterday and nobody bit. Yep, that's the reality. It says they're trying. So, and they should be. I mean, you never know when that tackle guard run's going to happen. You could make the argument it already kind of did. Sabaena's not there. Okay, that's it. Never mind. I thought there was more offensive line that went. It's a lot of defense going. Yeah, whoever was saying that we want defensive players pushing down, it's happening. Oscar says they look alike. Yeah, Hutch and Higgins look alike. Noel kind of looks alike too here. So I wanted to make sure that they were I was getting the right guy. But yeah, it's a lot of Iowa State receivers I've been talking about, more than in recent memory. Rams pick is in. I always like seeing what the Rams pick just because I have a lot of respect for McVay. I always have. Big McVay guy. Big McVay guy. And Nick Caley. Big Nick Caley guy as well. So, when do we start feeling bad for Sanders? You guys already feeling bad for him? You guys as a cocky asshole, I don't really care. I don't know. I kind of feel bad. I mean, I felt bad when I saw him at his party. That is brutal. But, I don't know. Is what it is. The Rams select. Oh my gosh, they're dragging it out again. I hate when they do this. The draft could be over in an hour. The drafts could be so quick if they just showed the pick when they made the selection. But no. Oscar says he feels bad for the teams passing up on him. Yeah, I hear you. And the Rams select. Come on. Terrence Ferguson. The tight end from Oregon, goes. Okay, so Elijah Arroyo still on the board. Harold Fannin still on the board. Terrence Ferguson was pretty solid in Oregon. Solid pick. Let's see here. I'm surprised these guys are going ahead of Arroyo. Because I have Arroyo over both of these guys. So, I don't know. It's interesting. Arroyo's only had one breakout season, but it looked good with Cam Ward, man. Arroyo looked good. He could take the top off of defense. He knew how to get vertical. Great hands for a tight end. I mean, his blocking probably wasn't that great, but I don't know. The tight ends barely block these days, These days it's like a Dalton Schultz with his flail. Dalton Schultz with his chip. Let me get open. And then he's huffing and puffing. I like Schultz, but we can move on from him after this year, right? No one's begging Schultz to be back. Reconsidering that jersey retirement. Yeah, it's just weird. You don't need your jersey retired. So I don't know if Dion was saying that or if somehow, Sanders thought that was a good idea to do. I call it Dion and Sanders Shador, by the way. But yeah, I don't. It's just kind of odd. And if you're gonna retire your jersey, you got to be a first rounder, right? Will Johnson finally goes at 47. This dude should have been a first round pick. Teams didn't like that knee injury at all. So Will Johnson is no longer on the board. It is a good pick. So yeah. Oscar says he likes Brevin Jordan more than Schultz. I would agree with you at this point. The only asterisk is coming off an injury, right? So he tore that, what did he tear? ACL, week 2 of the season. So that would be my only little asterisk, and that's kind of why I would be like, you can draft a tight end. Because Brevin Jordan, you don't really know what you have off injury. Dalton Schultz looks very uninspired when he plays. He might be reaching that age. And then Irv Smith, cool. He's there. And then Stover, you could be excited for Cade Stover, but he looked like he needed to develop quite a bit. Had some nice catches. Wasn't afraid to block, just wasn't the best blocker, but you could still grab a tight end. Okay, are the Texans going to trade up? We're currently at 48. Texans set to pick at 58 right now. Will Johnson, solid pick as long as that knee still works. And the Raiders are trading the pick to Houston. Houston just traded up to 48. Houston just traded up to 48, guys. Houston just traded up to 48. I told you they were trying to trade it. They were trying to trade that pick. Houston is on the clock at 48. And Houston has selected. Houston has selected at 48. I don't know what the compensation is. We'll get into that after. Houston has traded up. Houston is currently on the clock right now. This has got to be like an offensive lineman, right? Has to be an offensive lineman at 48. The Texans pick is in. We'll see. Texans pick is in. Feel like it's got to be a tackle or a guard. Being aggressive, trading up 10 spots, wanting to secure their guy. And it's going to be a minute before they release it because that's just how it is. Texans are currently on the clock. Their pick is in. We are waiting for it to be announced. Do they go running back here? Do the Texans go running back? Waiting patiently. Waiting patiently. Do they do another wide receiver? Do they do running back? Do they probably do guard or tackle? Do they go Elijah Arroyo? I don't know. It's got to be an offensive lineman, right? I mean, that's what I've been preaching, so I got to stay true to my word. Running back would be nice as well. Houston Texans trade up at 48, and they still not there. Come on. Let's see. Get someone to protect Stroud, right? Pick still not being broadcast. Still not up yet. It's been in for a while. I'd assume it's probably a guard. Mullet guy, Tate Ratledge could be Ratledge, could be. Ratledge, Ozzie Trapilo, Ariante Urser. Urser would be solid here. Ratledge is the best guard available, I think. Urser is probably the best tackle. So I'd like to see Ariante Urser here. If you're going for a future tackle. If you want a guard, you could go Ratledge. It feels early for Ratledge, though. I don't know. I feel like you could have stayed at 58 if they end up picking Ratledge, but we'll see. Jared Wilson, the center, out of Georgia. Could be a lot of guys. Marcus Membo, Ozzie Trapilo, Ariante Urser. Yes, we traded up from 58 to 48. So they were calling around. I had told you all that. That just got reported. Traded up from 58 to 48. It's been in forever. The NFL is getting their ad revenue in. CJ Stroud sacked 52 times in 2024, second most, sacked 8 times in the playoff loss to the Chiefs. I mean, it's hard to say running back when you're faced with that, right? Come on. Show it to me. Show it to me. Anthony Belton. Jared Wilson's out there. Wyatt Milam, probably too early for him. Marcus Mbo, Ariante Urser. The Trapilo dude. I've heard good things about. I don't know yet. I'm going to go look at the compensation after. I haven't looked at the compensation yet. I'm just waiting for the pick. But moved up 10 spots, so maybe a third round pick was skirted out of there. Wow, is it just me, or does this feel like it's taking forever? Like, this is taking a longer time than usual, right? The pick has been in for 5 minutes. NFL's got to use all that time. Okay, Houston Texans. Select 48, moving up from 58. The Houston Texans select. It's still loading. Oh, they're not showing it yet. All right. Not showing yet. Here it is. Ariante Urser. Good pick. Good pick. Urser, baby. Good pick. Good pick. Good pick. Good pick. Good pick. That's good. That's good. That's good. That was the best tackle left. That was the best tackle left. 100%. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Good stuff. Urser was the best tackle there. It was too early for Ratledge. I had been saying that. Too early for Ratledge. I'd been saying that. You could have stuck at 58 and picked Ratledge. Urser for sure you wanted to go up and get. That's solid. That's solid. Good stuff. Oh, good stuff. That was good. Urser is very solid, guys. Very solid tackle. Yeah, best tackle left, I believe. Whew. Good pick. Like, if we're trading up for Ratledge, I'm sorry, that wasn't the move. So, yeah, liked Urser a lot. Good stuff. Texans needed that. Urser now can make my board. Good stuff, guys. Good trade up. Let me look at the compensation in a bit. It's a good pickup. You know, we've been saying we need guard and O-line this whole time, so we finally get it. Good stuff on Urser. So on PFF, Urser is ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. So on PFF, he's ranked 8th as the 8th best tackle in the class. Now that includes Donovan Jackson, who's a guard, Zabel, who's a guard, and that's it. So really like the 6th best guard because he can actually play tackle. They might move him to guard, but he could probably play tackle in the NFL. So it's a good pickup. 6'6", 330. He's a big boy. 6'6" and 330. Good stuff. Apparently Urser likes drawing, so we got our very own Napoleon Dynamite. I didn't know he liked drawing. That's pretty funny, though. Let me see what the compensation was for somebody who was asking that. That's important as well. Hopefully we didn't sell the house. Let's see. We gave up 99. Gave up 99. Not bad. So we gave up the 3rd round pick we received from the Giants. So gave up 99. That's fine. That's fine. You still have 79. You still have 89. So you get rid of 99. You kept your earlier 2 picks. That's what it was. You gave up 58 and 99 to move up to 48 and you take Urser. That's good, honestly, because the fall off between Urser and the next tackle is huge. Urser was like the last respectable guy you could have had as a solid pickup. Solid pickup. It is a good move. I'm liking the draft so far. You know, we might not have the most like name popping out. Might not have the most popular guys, but it's been good. You filled that tackle need. You filled that wide receiver need. Urser was on my board. He was high up. Higgins was on the first row, very high up. So, yeah, that's solid. Now we can think about running back at 79. Is that crazy? Could potentially still pick a running back. Good stuff. With the draft of Urser, if we draft a guard later, do you believe Titus Howard is getting traded? So, you can move on from Titus Howard after this year. I don't know what the dead cap numbers are, but you're paying Titus Howard like $16 million this year. You have to pay him. Titus Howard will be on the team this year. You could get rid of him after, and maybe Urser is the guy they're trying to bring in. I don't know if they'll play Urser at guard, or if you're saying if we'll get another guard. I don't know. I honestly don't know. He's going to be on the team this year. Like, Titus will be starting this year. Whether that's at right tackle or at guard, it's hard to say, but I don't think they'll trade him. I really don't. Maybe in a couple years from now. Demetrius Knight went after, by the way, to the Bengals, the linebacker from South Carolina. So that's fine. Yeah, but guys, like the fall off from Urser onward was brutal. So we really needed that. You had Ozzie Trapilo, Marcus Mbo, Wyatt Milam. Urser is a lot better than Wyatt Milam is. Wyatt Milam can't play tackle in the NFL. Cameron Williams is just so young. Anthony Belton, way too early. Charles Grant, it's way too early. So it's a good pick. That's why they were spamming the phone. Spamming the phone. Someone take our pick. Someone take our pick. Let's get this tackle. So, good stuff there. Did Howard's contract get restructured, making him easier to trade? I thought his contract was redid. I don't know. I don't have the details on that. I thought his dead cap was still like pretty significant to where it doesn't make sense to trade him. That's like the last memory I have in my head from looking into that. I don't think they're trading him though. I'm like pretty certain. And they've already gotten rid of Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green. Like, I just feel like Titus is the one that stays. And, I mean, they seem to like him at left guard. He's getting paid like a right tackle, but they'll take him at left guard, I guess. I don't know. Maybe someone beats him out, though. This current outcome is looking like a good version of mocks I've done. Yeah, I need to go back and, like, try to find the mock that fits closest to this. But, yeah, it's a good move. It's a very good draft so far. It's a solid pickup. Now you're just wondering if maybe we switch to defense at 79, or if maybe we think about, switching over to offense or to running back. Maybe you want to throw tight ends in there. So, do you think these guys are going to help us win now? Higgins, 100% yes. Urser, it depends on what their deal is with Urser. I don't know if they're trying to make Urser like a developmental tackle who'll play a year from now. I don't know. Probably feels like the case. Or if they're trying to play him at guard. Because I think Urser can play tackle. The problem is he's not playing left tackle, Cam Robinson. And you hope he doesn't play right tackle because you have Blake Fisher. So, I don't know. If they move him to guard, then yes. If not, then probably next year. So, Higgins, though, for sure. He helps us win this year, for sure. Yeah, PFF has Urser ranked higher than Savayena. Just some food for thought. Let me try to catch up on some more picks. Unless I'm caught up. Yeah. So Seattle Seahawks are on the board at pick 50. Right? Or am I? Should be. Nope. Panthers are on the board at 51. Panthers pick is in. Who does the Seahawks pick? Oh, the Seahawks picked Elijah Arroyo, guys. That was my guy. I missed that. Seahawks picked Elijah Arroyo. Yeah, I just saw that, Shadow. Brutal, but what can you do? What can you do? I knew he was going to go at some point. I mean, that's good value for the Seahawks, honestly. Because I would have taken Arroyo before those other two dudes. He's a solid. This is a really good tight end class. So I almost feel like, you know, they're getting swiped up constantly. So, really good tight end class. Let's just try to make this go here. Arroyo is gone. Arroyo is gone. I think this bodes running back for us. We can get good quality for our buck. Look, if you're telling me they're going to draft Dylan Sampson at 79, that would be perfect. Like, that's a great value. Do I think Dylan Sampson gets to 79? Probably not. But maybe. Nick Skortson just went. The edge from Texas A&M. That's chill. That's chill. Nick Skortson to the Panthers at 51. Tennessee's coming up at 52. We'll keep an eye on what Tennessee does. We will keep an eye on what Tennessee does. I believe Tennessee traded for that, right? Tennessee just traded with Denver. I missed it. I'm behind. Or no. Did they have it? I can't remember. Cannot remember. RJ Harvey, I think he's solid. I haven't looked into him as much as I should have. But I think he's a solid pick. Titans pick just came in, I think. Maybe not. Titans. Oh, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. Oluwafemi Oladejo. Olawafemi Oladejo. It's the edge from UCLA. That's a good pick. I was high on him. That's a good pick. So Titans putting together a decent draft. Cam Ward and this dude. The edge from UCLA. That's solid. It's a solid pick. So get Blake Fisher ready. Get Blake Fisher ready. Get Urser ready. Get these dudes ready. I think there are 4 guys in that zone that would be fine for us for running back. That gives us incentive to boost that O-line. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you want to pick up Ratledge at 79, I mean, you still pick at 89 too, right? So the gap between 79 and 89 is obviously, that's 10 picks. Like, that's not that much. You could move up from 89. You know, you could move up from 79 a little bit and still have the 89. So, yeah. I really like Besh for a team right now. I mean, I don't think the Bucks will pick him because they already got their guy, Emeka Ibuka. Besh is solid. Still early for Ratledge, I think. Elik Ayumanor seems to be slipping. I thought he was kind of in the same range as Higgins was, but that's kind of good. The only two receivers that have gone are Jaden Higgins and Luther Burden. So no other receiver has gone. So that can either be a good thing or like did the Texans pick receiver too high? Like, could the Texans have picked Higgins later? I don't know. But obviously easy to think, with hindsight. Logan, the next pick is 79 currently. 79, we did pick at 58. We traded 58 for 48, and we gave them 99, which we just got last night from the Giants. So that's how it went down. We happy with the take we got? We happy with the take? If you mean the picks we got, yes. Yeah, 2 good picks, 2 very solid picks. You could still go Harold Fannin Jr. if you still want the tight end. Gunnar Helm, I'm so against drafting Gunnar Helm. I don't think anyone's really high on him after his combine and showcase stuff, but obviously the NFL isn't high on him. They've taken a lot of tight ends in front. Bucks pick should be in. Oh, tackle. Yeah, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. If you were going to draft a tackle, he was the only person you should have drafted to move up for 100%. Didn't make sense drafting anyone else. I think Urser can play tackle in the NFL. Like, Sabayena can't play tackle in the NFL. Urser can. So it's a little more confusing because then you're like, well, are they trying to develop him, maybe try to play him next year? In 2026 or 7, whatever. But it's a solid pick. I think it's a good pickup. They might even kick him to guard. I don't know. He's just a big dude. He's like 6'6", I think. He's a big guy. Yeah, he's 6'6", 330. So, I mean, he has the measurements of a true tackle even in the NFL. A lot of tackles you're thinking about moving to guard, but not that guy. Bucks pick still waiting on. I'm going to grab a water real quick.
Like, you have a lot of guys in there that's going to eat up a lot of space. So if you're one-on-one with a tight end, right, do you think he has that ability to be able to make a play every now and then for the tight end?
Yes, I think Mason Taylor, right? He was the opposite guy in that.
He looks really quick on his feet and just fast in general. Watched some of his film and was impressed. Yeah, I think he's probably the 6th best tackle in the draft, right? You've got Membo, LSU guy, Kelvin Banks. You could have him over Josh Simmons, honestly, just because of Josh Simmons' injury. And then who else? Honestly, I liked him better than Josh Connerly. I'm a Josh Connerly hater, though. Like, I like Urser more than Josh Connerly. Not everyone does. That's kind of a, what do you call it? Bold take or whatever. Hot take. Is Mike Green still on the board? Yes. Simmons would have been top 3, no injury. But he got an injury. That's the thing. And he didn't tear his ACL. He tore his patella thing. Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback from Notre Dame, goes. Shout out Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin. Can I not say that right? Benjamin. Benji goes. Packers are now on the clock, having last selected Matthew Golden. Did I do that prize picks thing? I saw it. I think I did it. I just put a bet on the Rockets-Warriors game too, so I should know this. I have no idea, honestly. Yeah, okay. I got 2 out of 3. So rip. Rip. Take advantage of the Flex Friday though, man. Flex Friday. Don't be afraid to take advantage of those. Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling right now. This wide receiver class is terrible because there's still no receivers have been taken. I shouldn't say it's terrible, but it's been a while. I do wonder if the Texans try to trade back into the second or if they're fine with 79 and 89. I feel like they've done their damage, right? There's no running back fall yet. Or you know what I mean, run. There's not been a run on running backs yet. Feeling a lot more comfortable, still a little distance left to go, but the heavy lifting is done. 100% agree. Like, they are kind of at a point where they can pick any position now. Like, we all knew wide receiver and offensive line was the biggest need for this team. You got one of each. So, I wonder if Urser is playing guard, or if he's playing that developmental tackle role. They'll have bodies. They will have bodies to try things, make things work out. Anthony Belton, the tackle, goes to the Packers. See, that's huge. Anthony Belton, the tackle, goes to the Packers at 54. So let's think about this, right? Anthony Belton just went to the Packers at 54. The Texans were picking at 58. If we never made that trade up, the Packers probably take Urser, and the Texans are probably left with Belton, or some situation of that. So that's really good by Nick Caserio, because I don't think anyone has Belton over Urser. I think Urser is way better than Belton. Yeah. So. Belton, the tackle from North Carolina State. Anthony Belton doesn't like the ocean because he is scared of killer whales. That's so funny. Yeah, everyone's saying they reached on Belton. He's 24, 97th on the consensus big board. Yeah. Everyone's saying Belton was a reach. And I guarantee it might be because they saw Urser get picked and they're like, shit, we need a tackle. Let's go pick one. Trey Harris just got off the board. Trey Harris is gone. Trey Harris is gone. That's fine, honestly. The Ole Miss receiver, very successful with Jackson Dart. Trey Harris, he's the guy who's going to be that run down the field and moss someone, very big receiver. Higgins is better than Harris. So, yeah, there's no question about that. Jaden Higgins is a better receiver than Trey Harris. But that is the next receiver to go. So it was Harris, Burden, and then all the way down here with Trey Harris. Higgins, Burden, Harris. I don't know if I said that right. Yeah, Elick has fallen so much. Yeah, everyone's saying Anthony Belton's a massive reach. I would agree. I mean, Urser is so much better than Belton, and for the Packers to take Belton at 54 is very interesting. Bears pick is already in at 56. Bears traded back. Do you think it'll be interesting to see who the Raiders end up picking at 58 as well? That could be a fun little exercise. I wish these picks go as fast as the mocks online. Dude, me too. I mean, some of the teams know exactly who they're picking. They turn it in immediately, but it's like the NFL's got to do a little speech about each player and do this whole ad campaign for the viewers. So, yeah. You think it's a skill thing or he just flew under the radar? If you're talking about Belton, I mean, it's a skill thing. I think he's very developmental. He's very raw. The technique is a little rough with Belton. I was never that big on him, though. So that Belton pick makes Caserio look really good. I'll say that much. But so far, two really good picks. They've made me get out of my seat. So solid picks. Biggest news is Belton going. Bit of a reach by the Packers there. You could make the argument that the Texans sliding up and getting Urser made them slide up and try to get a reach for a tackle. It is interesting though because you also could have had Wyatt Milam, you could have had Marcus Mbo, you could have had Ozzie Trapilo. Like you could have had Marcus Ozzie, Wyatt Milam, Cameron Williams, Charles Grant, Jalen Rivers. Probably not Jalen Rivers. But, yeah, he's like ranked last on PFF's board before you get to like the 4th round. So, very interesting. I'm just hoping Urser can be a solid tackle. If he beats out Blake Fisher, he beats out Blake Fisher. If he's a great guard, he's a great guard. Like, let's have that dude really, really, really perform for us. Titans picks have been pretty good. They got the edge from UCLA I like. I believe I drafted him before. He's solid. Urser seems special. What I'm hoping for is just consistency, for sure, man. Biggest thing about the offensive line is you got to be consistent as possible. The only person left to take is Harold Fannin Jr. or a running back. I mean, you have your pick of running backs here. Caleb Johnson, Cam Scatterbo, Dylan Sampson. Some solid running backs as well. I don't know why I have Daddy's Home by Usher stuck in my head. It's been stuck in my head like since I started the stream. It's the most annoying thing ever. So I don't know. I'm like singing that song. So if you hear that song, it's because it's been stuck in my head for so long. So annoying. Let's see. Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, Damian Martinez, RJ Harvey, Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, Cam Scatabo. I like Brashard Smith if you want to wait on it. All right, the Bears are selecting. Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. I hate how they say the selection and it just stays there for so long. It's like, bro. Come on. Shedeur Sanders. Right behind Caleb Williams. Wow. This might be the craziest slip ever, though, right? The Shedeur thing. I mean, Rodgers slipped. Still got drafted in the first. Our boy Tunsil slipped, but he hit a bong in a mask. So... What's your opinion on who should now start offensive line with our current players? Cam Robinson, Titus Howard, Scruggs or Patterson, whoever's better. And then it just depends. Do you want Urser to play right guard? Or do you want Blake Fisher? Or does Urser beat out Blake Fisher? I don't know. It's still confusing. Like, guard would have made the most sense because you just plug him in at right guard. But they might just be moving him to right guard, which is fine. If that's what they do, that's fine. Ozzy Trapillo just goes, the tackle from Boston College at 56. Caserio has done it again, guys. I mean, you really have to appreciate the mastery that Caserio just pulled off. Ozzy Trapillo, I was talking about him earlier, goes at 56, 2 picks before 58. So what a masterclass by Caserio to just move up and take Urser. I mean, guys, seriously, that is special right there. The Belton thing was interesting, for sure. But, I mean, Trapillo's better than Belton, in my opinion. And Urser is better than Trapillo. So, at least from what I've heard. I've watched Urser, and I really like what I saw from Urser. So, very, 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 very solid. Swarm for sure, baby. I mean, what a masterclass by Nick. I mean, you just had 2 tackles go before you would have picked at 58. You skip all of it. You pick at 48. You get a tackle that's much better than both of them, in my opinion. So, yeah, I mean, you feel better about the pick now. I mean, they are just falling off the shelves at this point. Hell, Ratledge is still on the board too. I think Ratledge is still there at 79. So, I mean, if you want to go crazy on the offensive line, I'm not saying I'd love it, but if you want to get a true guard, I mean, guard's still on the table. Lions are selecting at 57, and then we'll see who the Raiders select at 58. Be a very good exercise. I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm sitting at the table happy because I'm good. I'm chilling. I got my food. I'm eating. Other people waiting for their food. I'm chilling. Like, Masterclass by Nick Caserio right there. You have Belton and Trapilo go before you would have picked at 58. Solid. Detroit grabbing Ratledge right now. I hope not, man. I hope they're not. Yeah, did I jinx it? Let me know. I'll knock on wood real quick. I'm knocking on my desk right now. Yeah, you could go D-line at 79. You could do it. You could get a D tackle, you could get an edge. You get a running back, you get a tight end. That's the beauty about what we've done in this draft. We've addressed our biggest needs, and now we have a little more flexibility. It doesn't feel like you're choking right now, you know? You've got a little bit of... Oh, they did take Tate Ratledge. Did you see that? No way. Did you see that before I did? That's crazy. Oh, that's a bummer too. Wow. Wow. Did I jinx that? Did JB see that? No, I'm like live. That's crazy. Tate Ratledge goes. Okay, I'm going to say it again. Nick Caserio once again cooks up because Tate Ratledge goes before you do as well. So there has been a run on O-lineman right now. Damn. I was thinking Tate Ratledge would still be there. Maybe it's the run happening. He's an athletic freak. I'll say that much about him. I think technically there's still some stuff to be desired, but... All right, the Raiders at 58, their pick is in. Detroit needed a guard after losing Zeitler. Good call, man. Good call. I did not know they needed a guard that badly. Yeah, I guess Ratledge is the next best guard on the board, right? So I shouldn't have been as surprised. I just didn't think, yeah, that's nuts. That is nuts. Yeah, and I believe Belton will probably play guard as well in the NFL. So maybe that was the rationale with the Packers if they're looking for more of a guard. I don't know what their offensive line looks like. But Detroit taking Ratledge. So this to me feels like no more double offensive line. All right, we're good on offensive line until round 4. Let's just secure either some speed, some running back, some tight end, some defense potentially. I don't think we need to address offensive line anymore because you'd be reaching at this point. I feel like you'd be reaching. And you say, Daddy's home. No. Jack Besh is gone. Jack Besh goes at 58. That kind of sucks. You could have stayed at 58 and gotten Jack Besh. Higgins is probably better. Jack Besh just has such a high floor. That's the thing. Jack Besh's floor is so high. I mean, he catches everything. He played tight end. He was a big tight end. He moves into wide receiver. He's a small tight end, moves into wide receiver. He's a big receiver. He catches out routes, over the middle, deep routes. He catches everything. So, yeah, right. Besh, I liked Besh a lot. Besh was the first receiver I saw that I was like, I like you. I like you a lot. I liked Burden a lot early on. I really liked Besh. And I really liked, I didn't watch Higgins early on, but when I watched Higgins, I really liked Higgins. So yeah, Besh was my dude, man. I loved Besh. He's a good sleeper. It's a very good pick. Jack Besh is solid, man. He's a very solid pick at 58. So he goes right where the Texans were. which in a weird way, I don't want to be too, this is all hindsight, right? But in a weird way, the Texans could have picked a guard early and then still had Besh at 58. But they obviously like Higgins a lot more than Besh, I guess. Yeah, dude, appreciate that. Appreciate the support, JB. Yeah, he's a solid receiver, man. It'll be fun just watching him in the league, I mean, they got Brock Bowers and him. Whew. So the Ravens have Cooper Rush and DeAndre Hopkins now. I completely forgot that DeAndre Hopkins signed with the Ravens, as well as Cooper Rush. So their pick is in. Gonna be a sec before that pops up. Who would you prefer if you were making the pick, Besh or Higgins? I like Higgins. I think Besh has a very solid floor, probably a higher floor, but I think Higgins has maybe a little bit of a lower floor, but a way higher ceiling. So I like Higgins. I like Higgins a lot. Yeah, Higgins I just got on too late. He was one of the, the last receivers I really looked at. He might have been the last receiver I looked at, him and his teammate, just because I didn't get to Iowa State I was pretty late to them. But, yeah, I like Higgins. He's very solid. Who are the Ravens picking? That's the big question. Oscar says, have you been watching the NBA playoffs? Of course. I've got Rockets in 7. Been watching it. Yeah, dude. I love basketball almost as much as I love watching football. Yeah, I'll watch any sport, dude. As long as I say that, as long as it's baseball, football, or basketball. And baseball I don't watch that much of. But, yeah, I like me some good basketball. I mean, the game tomorrow is going to be sick. Rockets in 7. So... Rockets in 7. Damn, the Ravens have 10 picks left in this draft? That's absurd. How did they get so many picks? Who are the Ravens picking? Game 2 was great after dealing with so many Curry Glazers. Also, I'm going to dip in a little bit and probably need an update late tonight. I got you, Shadow. I got you, bro. Yeah, Game 2 was great. You know how many Warrior fans I had to listen to telling me that Amen Thompson was a bad player, like a dirty player? You have Draymond Green on your team, dude. You could make the argument that Draymond Green tripped Thompson, and that's why he injured Butler. Like, get that shit out of here, bro. That's so stupid. And you want to complain that all the Rockets are doing is grabbing and hugging Curry? The refs aren't calling it. Like, what do you want us to do? Let the best shooter on the planet, open? If the refs aren't calling it, go hug him. Go bear crawl him. Like, it's a physical contact sport. Why are you bitching at us for guarding Curry? Like, what? What do you want us to do? Let him shoot open threes? So stupid. Warrior fans are insufferable, man. Warrior fans are insufferable. It's crazy. And I think I have so much respect for Curry. Like, that's like the one player on their team I have so much respect for. And I guess Jimmy Butler, too. But, come on, man. The ref's not calling it don't hate the player, hate the game. Stop saying we're a dirty team because we're trying to slow down Curry. Like, if they're not calling it, they're not calling it. It's not our problem. So stupid. Do you like Van Vliet? So yes and no. I think you absolutely needed Van Vliet to bring the ball up, to be your primary ball handler. Jalen Green, I love him to death. He's very inconsistent. Fred VanVleet, you could make the argument, is very inconsistent scoring-wise too, but generally his handles are pretty well. And so I like how Fred brings the ball up, all that stuff. Jalen Green can do it too, but sometimes I see stupid turnovers and bad decisions he makes, and it infuriates me. So I do like Fred. He's a good veteran presence that the Rockets really needed. I also like Dylan Brooks. I think Dylan Brooks has been worth every penny. So yeah, I like both Fred and Dylan. And I'm really hoping Jabari Smith can develop because he has so much potential. So much potential. All right, I'm definitely going to stick around for I guess I'll stick around for the last 2 picks. So I'll go all the way to 89. We will get this going. Ravens pick has been in forever, and they are just refusing to show it. I have no idea where Shadur goes, dude. No idea. He could go to China, man. That's a possibility. Could see him like the Shanghai Sharks type of thing for football. I kind of want to show this clip of. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. So I'm not trying to be a hater. I would never, right? But, I mean, this is Josh Connerly going up against Mike Green. And I'm bringing this up because they keep talking about Connerly. Actually, give me 1 second because I want to see who the Ravens pick. Oh my gosh, just tell me who the Ravens pick, please. Whatever, we're just going to play this. Okay, Josh Connerly, Mike Green. Bam. On the ground, dude. And I'm not saying I don't dislike Connerly. Or I'm not saying I hate Connerly, but that's not what you want to see from your guy, right? That's who the Commanders took. And Mike Green could be a great defensive end, but no team's drafted him yet. Kind of crazy. Bam, get off me. To the ground. He's lit. He's going, yeah. Bam. So, just food for thought. Doesn't really mean anything, but just food for thought. Just some food for thought. Now let me edit this back to where we were. Yeah, Mike Green's still on the board. Oh, did the Ravens just take him? Okay, the Ravens just took Mike. Why do I keep doing that, dude? Every time I talk about a player, he goes. Every time I talk about a player, he goes. That's crazy. That is so crazy. Mike Green. Okay, well, that's the dude that destroyed Josh Connerly Jr., so I feel like it's worth saying a little, showing that. One rep doesn't define a player, obviously, but the Connerly Green matchup, I'd love to see it. Talk about Matthew Golden, maybe he will come back. Yeah, all right. I just need to keep talking about Matthew Golden, and you'll see trade. The Packers are sending Matthew Golden to the Texans. That's funny, dude. All right, Denver on the clock at 60. Then we got to go through 70 to 79. Pick is already in for Denver. I bet the teams are like, just, dude, let's get this over with. Like, the teams know, like, why do we have to wait this long? Like, Let's go, go, go. They're trying to push it out. The Broncos select. It's going to take a minute, but we'll see. We shall see. RJ Harvey goes. RJ Harvey is the next running back to go. Wow. RJ Harvey goes before Caleb Johnson, Cam Scatterbo, and Dylan Sampson. Okay. I can't speak on it, but yeah, I can't speak on it. Okay, we're getting dangerously close to Shedeur Sanders being a third-round pick. So that would be funny. Keeping my eye out for any Texans trade-ups. See if there's any news. See if there's any news. No news that I can see so far. Washington, did they just trade up? I'm missing. No, yeah, okay. Commanders are on the clock. Commanders have already made their pick as well. Let's speed through this, guys. Keep it going. So Ian Rappaport, the famous dude, the reporter. If you wondered what the league thought about Iowa State's Jaden Higgins, two teams, the Titans and Raiders, both traded out after he was picked by the Texans. There you go. Titans and Raiders were quick to trade out once they saw that the Texans were taking Jaden Higgins. He was wanted more than Burden, and he doesn't have a poor work ethic. There you go. I talked a little bit earlier about how Jaden Higgins is very athletic for his size. He is 6'4". Commanders take Trey Amos, by the way, cornerback. But, yeah, I was talking a little bit earlier about how Jaden Higgins was very quick for his size, a lot faster than Ted McMillan is. He scored a 9.63 on the relative athletic score, which takes into account pretty much everything, your 40 time, et cetera, your height, your weight, all that, vertical broad jump. And it ranks you based on people who have played your position in the NFL. He got a 9.63 out of 10, which ranked him 143 out of 4,000 receivers from 1987 to 2025. So, little food for that there. He's very, very athletic guy. Yeah, it would be crazy. I mean, there's potential we have two Nico Collins on this team, which would be insane. Bears pick is in as well. Yeah, Urser had a really good RAS score as well, 9.43 out of 10. More athletic. Urser is more athletic than I thought he was, so that's good. He's got that mentality as well. He's a Christian guy, very devout Christian. Says it's nothing but God. Houston chose me, and now it's time to get to work. You're getting a guy that committed, and that's going to work. I take pride in protecting my quarterback and opening holes for my running back. Direct quote from him. The standard never changes, he said. Okay, a little more on Urser. Sky is the limit. At first, I was a defensive end. I was a long snapper. When I got to college playing offensive line, I soaked up everything like a sponge. He says he plans on giving quarterback CJ Stroud a big bear hug. So he's a hugger as well. Big bear hug. Urser says he studies Laramie Tunsil. Might want to not do that. And then Higgins says he studies Nico Collins. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Urser also said he doesn't care where he lines up. He plans to give it his all to protect CJ Stroud. Yo, I really like this Urser kid. This dude's no joke. He's out here. He's going crazy with it. I like that. He's talking about how he's going to give his life for CJ Stroud, it almost sounds like. That's what I like to hear. That's what I want to hear. So maybe they're going to throw Urser at right guard and call it a day. So Cam Robinson, Titus Howard, Scruggs or Patterson, Urser, Blake Fisher. And if Blake Fisher can't get it done, we'll put Urser out there. Yeah, Jaden Higgins, like Nico Collins, big wide receiver. I mean, Jaden Higgins can learn so much from Nico Collins. It's like they have the same build. Nico Collins is bigger and stronger, but he can learn a lot from Nico Collins. And we already know the Texans can develop those big receivers in Nico Collins. Nico Collins wasn't a first-round pick, right? So they can develop these receivers. I really like it. They both seem to have incredible work ethics. And what did I say, guys? The Texans only draft guys with really strong work ethics. They can say they don't, and they look at talent. They look at the work ethic. They do look at talent. I'm not saying that, but I'm telling you. They draft guys who want to be better and who don't have an ego. Luther Burden has an ego. Luther Burden thinks he is very good at football. The Texans don't like that. They want someone who believes they can always get better and reach new heights. So also, I'm seeing a lot that people are regarding Higgins like Nico Collins and like a bully receiver. I don't see that yet. Again, Higgins is a big guy, so if you're talking about size, sure. But I think he needs to be a little more physical. That's like the one knock I have on his game. However, for a big guy, really good speed, really good routes, really good hands. So there's a lot of technical stuff to love with Higgins, and that's why I think he can learn so much with Nico Collins. I think he can really benefit from learning from Nico Collins. Because if he's a little more physical, maybe puts on a few more pounds, really starts to open up that contested catch ability, man, he'll be a dog, man. He will be a dog. I mean, imagine being a corner and you've got to carry Higgins to Nico Collins. Like, it's insane. Shamar Turner just goes to the Bears. If someone was talking about Martin, you were talking about the D tackle from A&M. He just went, Martin jinxing it too. See, it's not just me, guys. It's not just me. I jinxed Ratledge and Mike Green, but Martin jinxed Shamar Turner. It's been happening all day, man. The moment I say someone's name, bam, they're gone within the pick. It's insane. Yeah, the biggest thing to keep with Higgins is he's not like Trey Harris is a dude who's big, he's strong, he's muscular, he's going to run down the sideline at 99 miles an hour. You're going to chuck it up to him, and he may or may not catch it. Like, Higgins is not that type of receiver. Higgins is going to plant his foot. He's going to tempo his route. He's going to veer off and then snap back in his route. Like, he's going to have that technical skills, man. He's going to have that technical wherewithal to know how to get open. That's why I love Higgins so much. He plays like a slot guy who happens to be 6'4". Now, again, only knock is, let's get a little more physical. You are 6'4". I need a little more run after the catch. I need a little more yak. I need a little more, tackle breaking. But other than that, it's an amazing pick. So here's someone else, James Palmer, I believe. Jaden Higgins checks every box for a lot of teams. Some had him as the number 2 or 3 receiver in the draft. I know someone said Steve Smith Jr. had him really high up on his board. Quote, I don't know why he doesn't get more publicity. He killed the combine. He ran good. He looks the part. Effing great size. I don't know why no one is talking about Jaden Higgins from a wide receiver coach in the NFL. There you have it, guys. The NFL seems to love the Jaden Higgins pick. Omar Norman Lott, the defensive tackle out of Tennessee, goes to the Chiefs. I liked him a lot. I'm not going to lie. I liked him a lot. So that sucks. I liked Omar Norman Lott a lot. Obviously, the Chiefs do as well. See if I missed anyone before. I did not. We had the Shamar Turner pick and now Omar Norman Lott. I'm telling you, man, Higgins could be something special, guys. Higgins is a baller. Jaden Higgins has some of the surest hands in the class. Higgins dropped just 4 of his 294 targets since 2022. 4 drops since 2022. That's better than Besh. That's better than Travis Hunter. That's better than Ted McMillan. Better than Emeka Ibuka. Better than Luther Burden. Better than Trey Harris. Better than Jaylen Noel. Better than Elick Manor. Better than Matthew Golden. He does not drop the football. You throw the football near Jaden Higgins, and Higgins is catching that motherfucker. He catches that shit, bro. Oh, yeah, Martin. I just said that. I don't know if you're... Yeah, Martin was 1.4%. Besh was 1.5, 1.5. He was better. He was the best. Yeah, Golden's was 7. That's the one knock I had on Golden. Golden had so many concentration drops, man. Golden had a lot of concentration drops where he's open in the end zone, boom, off his chest. And it's like, dude, those are layups, right? You don't miss layups when you're in the NBA. You can't drop the football like that. So I'm telling you, man, I really like this Higgins pick. I really like it. Urser only had 1 sack allowed in 2024 on 419 attempts. That's what I like to see as well. Only 1 sack allowed. Yeah, I really like that Norman Lott guy. He's solid. He's good. When Urser was on the phone with D'Amico Ryans, he said, you just got the best tackle in the draft. So he's confident in himself. I don't think he's cocky. I said a lot of stuff about him earlier that he said, hard worker and all that, but that's the confidence you want to hear as well. Good stuff. Good stuff, guys. We need a D tackle, and they're flying off the board. Is Darius Alexander a good tackle we can grab at 79? I think so. I think you can. I think so. Let's see. Let's look at the D tackles real quick. So yeah, Darius Alexander, the Farmer dude. Is he still? Did he go? I don't think he went. Did he? Joshua Farmer, I looked at a little bit. Yeah. I like Darius Alexander. Playing out of Toledo, though. That's the only thing. The Texans don't historically pick smaller schools. Martin asking me if Higgins has time to develop with Kirk. Do you think Hutch or Mechie makes it after the preseason? Yeah, I think Mechie gets cut, honestly. Mechie's got really nothing going for him except the camaraderie with the teammates. And I like Mechie, man. It's just, it is what it is. The tape doesn't lie. He's been given more than one opportunity. He's been given several. I think he's a bust, dude. I think he's a bust at this point. I like Hutchinson better than Mechie. I think Hutch might make it. Hutch could be gone too. It's just the reality. You've paid Braxton, Kirk, Nico, Higgins. Watson, so that's 5. You got Mechie and Hutch. I don't think they're keeping 7 receivers. They might keep 6. So yeah, I think Mechie gets the short end of the stick, and he gets he goes out of there. Mechie's been given chances. We never really saw flashes. When he caught that touchdown against the Lions, I was thinking finally. I wasn't thinking, oh, it's his time. I'm thinking about damn time. So I think Mechie gets the short end of the stick. I just named 7 receivers. You know, they could keep 6, they could keep 5. And then it's like, well, they already paid Watson. You know, they brought on Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson. So one of them is getting the short end of the stick, potentially both. Watson, Berrios, Hutch, Higgins, Collins, Kirk. Exactly. That's 6 receivers right there. I don't think you're keeping 7 receivers. So unless Mechie did some insane workout this offseason, yeah. Another safety off the board, Andrew Makuba from Texas. That's a solid pick for the Eagles. That looks to be their C.J. Gardner-Johnson replacement, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson replacement and Andrew Makuba. Oh, he was the dude who completely took out the Georgia's backup quarterback. That's crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. That hit was crazy, dude. That quarterback, his head was like behind his ankle. He went like full paraplegic. It was crazy. Y'all remember what I'm talking about, right? That dude got laid out. Good to see you, Nathan. Yes, sir. Back for day 2. It's been a great draft so far. Yeah, the wide receiver room is pretty set. Like, honestly, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe you take a receiver in the 7th round, but you've got bodies. You've got 6 receivers right now who could make it. Hutch is probably the worst receiver in the room right now, and I mean, is what it is. I wanted the Texans to take Andrew Makuba before he got C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm with you, Oscar. I said I wouldn't have loved it, but I thought Malachi Starks would have made sense at 25 for the Texans, obviously before C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But yeah, once they traded for him, I mean, they fleeced Howie. I'm sorry. I have a lot of respect for Howie, but they got fleeced. We gave him Kenyon Green, a half-eaten bag of chips, and got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, plus another year on his contract, man. I mean, what a trade that was. I was asking for Kenyon Green to be traded for like Treylon Burks or like some trash receiver, because that was when we needed receivers. We had no receivers. And we get C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I'm like, oh, bet. Jalen Reagor was the other dude I was throwing out. Just like, give me some guys who have failed in the NFL, who were first-round picks. So, has Isaiah Bond been drafted? He hasn't. I do not like Isaiah Bond. I know he's on my board, but I don't like Isaiah Bond. I don't like his attitude. I don't really like what he put up on tape at Texas. And he's been accused of like SA and things like that off the field. So I doubt the Texans, I doubt he's even on the Texans board. I doubt the Texans take Isaiah Bond. So yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't think Bond makes it to the Texans. Not with his attitude problems, or I say attitude, you know what I mean, just off-field issues. And I didn't even like him that much as a receiver anyway, so. How close are we to the no-fly zone or a Legion of Boom? We are extremely close. You could make the argument we are there. Because like Petry's not amazing in coverage, but Petry can lay a hit. You know what I mean? Like Petry's a dude. I mean, did you see the hit he put on Cole Kmet in that game? Like that was crazy. So what did Petry laid out the Cowboys tight end, and he laid out the Bears tight end. And I'm talking big ass hits, dude. Like Petry knows how to hit a dude. I mean, it sounds like a gunshot when he lays a hit. Stingley, all pro coverage, and he brought down, he had some tackles. Kamari hits hard. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's a lunatic. Kalen Bullock, probably, you know, he hits decently hard. Really good in coverage, though. He's your coverage guy. So we're close. I don't think we're 100% there yet, but I mean, we also don't. Darius Alexander gone. So whoever was saying Darius Alexander, that is no longer an option. If that was Mike, Martin, I'm going to be very mad. I don't think it was, though. Someone said, I know someone was talking about, it's Oscar, Darius Alexander. Darius Alexander gone. That's fine, though. You didn't jinx that. That was a while ago, so we're fine. Yeah, that's a good D-tackle pick. Solid D-tackle pick. I do get the off-the-field issues. That's why I figured Bond would drop. Is there a burner I left we could grab after pick 79? What about Jaden Blue? Jaden Blue's solid. Oh, you brought up Alexander, yeah. If we're talking about a receiver, you could bring up what's his name? The Utah State dude. This dude. I'm forgetting this dude's name. Him. He's good. He runs really good routes. Running back, I mean, there's a lot of running backs. It's a deep running back class, so it is a deep running back class. I wonder what the Chiefs are going to do. The Chiefs go running back? What are the Chiefs going to do? Like, Dylan Sampson's solid. Scatabo is controversial, but the Chiefs take Ashton Gillote from Louisville. Who is this dude? Do I just not know ball anymore? I mean, I guess there's been kind of a run on edges, but that's interesting. I guess. Ashton Gillote. Yeah, I didn't get to watch him. He wasn't on my radar at all. But if it's the Chiefs, I guess I give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, Jalen Royals. Yeah, Royals. Royals is solid. His quarterback was trash, but I mean, runs good routes. I know Steve Smith likes him. Steve Smith Sr. So, and then the teammate, you could go try to draft Higgins' teammate. I'm not a big teammate guy. Like, I don't really want the teammate connection. Let's try to spread it out a little bit. I think he's a high motor rotation guy for KC. Yeah, I'd assume he'd have to be kind of a rotational go after the quarterback type of guy. Gosh, can't speak. Browns pick is in at 67. We're getting there slowly but surely. We're getting to 79. We're almost in prime trade up territory. Not that I think they need to right now, but they could potentially come back on the board. I mean, we got blessed. We got blessed moving up early. I think it's pronounced Gelati. Gelati. That sounds right. Gelati. That's a cool name. Gelati. Why did I delete? How long has Higgins been off this thing? What the heck? Let me try to fix this, guys. I don't know why I took Higgins off this. That was an accident. Let's go. I'm going to do some more looking around on Higgins as well. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. I don't know why Higgins went off the board. And then let's see. My goodness. Okay, what else do we have? Browns picks in, still waiting on that. So yeah, Jaden Higgins was pretty high on Smith's board. I'm trying to find it. and I can't rip. All right, I can't find it. He was high. He was high up. I know that. All right, who are the Browns going to pick up? Yeah, the Giants line's looking really good, right? Abdul Carter, Thibodeau, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and Darius Alexander. That's scary. That is so scary. Yeah, you could see the board. There's guys I didn't include on the board. But yeah, I think, especially with the movement. In fact, we've already gotten a receiver. Oh, there goes Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end from Bowling Green. Harold Fannin Jr. is no longer there. So I don't even think there's a tight end you go for now. I don't think there's a tight end I'd feel comfortable taking now. I think that's long gone. Let me just do my... Terrence Ferguson went, I believe. Yeah, because now you've got Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm is like the only guy. And I'm not a big Gunnar Helm guy, so... Yeah. Harold Fannin Jr. goes. Not yet, JB. Shador might be going to Central Asia. Raiders on the clock. We are almost 10 picks away from Texans time. Call me crazy, like the Texans could pick up a really good running back at 79. I mean, I don't want to jinx that. Let me knock on some wood real quick. But the Texans could grab a good running back near the beginning, middle-ish of the third round. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Why would the Browns pick Harold Fannin? They already have Njoku. I mean, it's good to add guys to the room regardless, right? He's a beast, but, it's good to add guys. I don't hate the pick. Raiders pick Darian Porter, the cornerback from Iowa State. So another Iowa State guy coming off the board. Cornerbacks. Where are the cornerbacks? Darian Porter. 6'4", 200 pounds, 24 years old. Has Ravel gone? Ravel? I don't know. Don't know if Ravel's gone. Let's see. Let's see. I don't think he did. Pretty sure he didn't. Yeah, no. He did not. Patriots at 69. And we're about to cross into the 10 pick. Okay, thank you, Shadow. Yeah. No problem, Shadow. Take your time, man. Appreciate you stopping by. Good stuff so far, though. Savion Williams is a very interesting name. Other receiver from TCU. has potential to be like a DK Metcalf player just because he's such a freak athlete, but there's a lot of non-DK Metcalf players. So I doubt the Texans take him. He's a really big project guy, still kind of learning the position, wide receiver position. But I mean, athletic freak, like 40-inch vertical, 40-plus inch vertical, very fast, bench presses insane amounts. I don't have the numbers on me. I don't want to say a bunch of hyperbole, but he's very athletic as well. Patriots selection is about to come in. So the Steelers pick at 83. It would be interesting to see if it takes 83 to pick up Shedeur. Maybe this is what Shedeur needs to soften his ego a little bit. Come back with less of an ego and prove some people wrong. Kyle Williams goes to the Patriots. The Patriots pick up Kyle Williams. That was a fan favorite as well. Wide receiver from Washington State. Kyle Williams. It's a good pickup. Pick 69. It's a good pickup for sure. Kyle Williams has 14 receiving touchdowns, which is the second most in school history. Lions on the clock again. They took Tyleik Williams and Tate Ratledge. Their pick is in. See who the Lions pick up at 70. Appreciate y'all stopping by. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more Texans content. It really helps me out a ton. If you're just here for a good time, a lot of good stuff happening here. Let me get a hat real quick. Be right back. Be back real quick, guys. Going to take a restroom break before we get close to the Texans in case there's a trade up. You just make sure. Yeah, okay. The Lions are selecting right now. So I will be right back. See y'all in a bit. And we're back. What did I miss? What did I miss? Isaac Tesla. That's a really big reach, right? It feels like a very, very big reach, but he's from Arkansas. No, that was, I believe, Shadows College. Wow, what a reach, though. What are we doing? Take Royals. It's always great when you see your team's name in the draft ticker, of course. Jared Wilson, 79 to the Texans. I would prefer something else, but it's not a bad pick. All right, are the Saints taking Sanders at 71? Are the Saints taking Sanders at 71? I'm going to ignore what you said, Gonzalez. Ignore that. Saints took Kelvin Banks, and they took... Oh, the Saints took the quarterback. I'm tripping. Sanders he's just not getting drafted. They took that Louisville kid. He was like 25, 3 injuries. Wow. This has to be so humbling. I want you to know. Saints pick at 71. We're getting close, guys. Appreciate y'all sticking with it. We are getting very close to Texans territory. Very, very close. Damn, is Shador going to get drafted? This is crazy. Not a single NFL team felt like he was worth a first or second round pick. And we're crawling up in the third. Saints pick is in. Selection is coming across the board. I really wanted Ratledge with our second pick. I think he's a mauler. Yeah, I agree. Ratledge is a dog for sure. Another D tackle comes off the board. Vernon Broughton from Texas. The D tackle is looking pretty slim at this point in time. Looking pretty slim. But we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. So Ashton Gillot, Harold Fannin Jr., Darian Porter, Kyle Williams, Isaac Tesla, Vernon Broughton, the last picks. He had the combine, horrible throws, along with all that. Show sounds like a bust name, honestly. I mean, 25, several, season-ending injuries, 3 to be exact. I mean, that's crazy. Bro had as many season-ending injuries as seasons that, decent to good players play in college. It's nuts. Bills pick is in at 72. We're getting there, guys. We are getting there. We are getting to the Texans. See who the Bills select. Landon Jackson, the edge from Arkansas. Landon Jackson goes at 72. So this poll says that Shedeur Sanders has a 48% chance to be the next quarterback drafted, followed by Jalen Milroe, 37, Kyle McCord, 7, Will Howard at 8. Will Howard. We're getting into Will Howard conversations. It's good to have your guy, I'll say that. It is nice to have your guy. Jets are at 73, followed by Denver. We are getting there, slowly but surely. We're moving up. Moving up in the world. Jets have taken Membo and Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor felt a little early to me, but you know, if you have him as your favorite tight end behind Warren and Loveland, that's fine. Bills are really going all in on defense. Yeah, facts. The Bills selected the guy that did the horrible bag rep in high school. That's funny. That's the guy that was in the meme. That's funny. Bruh. Jets. Oh, Landon Jackson. I think I remember that. The Jets take a corner. Thomas from Florida State. Decent pickup. Okay, are any running backs going to get drafted? Like, we are in prime running back territory right now. Like, the Texans might need to take a running back. I mean, you're going to have you have 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. You've only got 5 spots in front of you. You've got a lot of running backs. Are they going to start who's going to start the running back run? The question is, who is going to start the running back run? Because there's still a lot of good running backs left, and this isn't close to all of them, but I mean, Scatabo, Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, it's good running backs. Thought the Jets would go wide receiver. I mean, not the craziest, thought. I'm surprised no one's going running back. Maybe every team is just like, oh, it's a running back. It's such a big running back class. We can push it down, Damian Martinez, DJ Giddens, Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, Scatabo, Devin Neal. Some decent running backs. Broncos already have their pick at 74. Trades have quieted down, which makes sense. I mean, everyone seems to be chill with where they are at this current moment. Broncos. I wonder who the Broncos are going to select. Bo Nix had a hell of a season. I was doubtful for sure, but solid season. Let's see here. Yeah, Caleb Johnson, Tootin, Sampson, Scatabo. There are so many running backs that are on the board. Jaylen Noel, Savion Williams for wide receivers. Elick Iomenor is still on the board. Jalen Royals. There's some solid running back depth to be had in this draft still. I just wonder who's going to start the run on running backs. Taking forever. Broncos did acquire Evan Ingram. That was nice for them. That was solid. Let's see. Any other information? "87 catches, 1,180 yards, and 9 touchdowns." I talked about that for our boy Higgins. Wow, they're taking forever. They are just drilling out. Yeah, J Perp, lots of good running backs available, man. That's what I was been saying. I mean, you have Tootin, who's not on this list, Dylan Sampson, Cam Scatterbo, Caleb Johnson's still there. There's a lot of solid running backs still available. Devin Neal, probably too early for him, but that's what I'm saying. Someone start the running back run. Like, let's get these guys going. This guy's gone. Williams. Broncos also picks up Dre Greenlaw. Interesting. I do remember that. I think that was weird because the 49ers offered Greenlaw more money or something, but he ended up going with the Broncos anyway. It's pretty interesting. Broncos are selecting. They're going to start the running back run. Potentially, this is going to take forever to show. Pat Bryant. Pat Bryant, the wide receiver out of Illinois. Okay. That's interesting. That's such a reach, is it not? That's really weird. The Broncos just took a dude that could have been like a 5th rounder, no? I mean, you've got so many other receivers you could look at. Jalen Royals. I guess not Restrepo. Jaylen Noel. Savion Williams. Troy Horton, Tez Johnson, Isaiah Bond. That's so interesting. So interesting. All right, 49ers pick is in at 75. We're coming up, guys. We are coming up. Get ready to see another draft pick from the Houston Texans. 49ers pick is in at 75. I need to stretch a little bit. Get the legs going a little bit. 49ers are picking at 75. And then we have Dallas, and then New England, and then somebody, and then Nick Martin, linebacker from Oklahoma State for the 49ers. Nick Martin, drafted 75th overall. He was one of those, I'm telling you guys, he's a steal. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, you didn't have to take that guy that high. I mean, I promise you. I know I'm not in the rooms, but no one had Pat on their board in the third. Like, that's insane. They must really see something crazy about him. That's crazy. 49ers stacking up on defense, it seems. Nick Martin? Is that Nicholas Martin? Or is that someone else? Is this OSU? Oh, wow. Okay. Nick Martin. Interesting. PFF has him ranked 307th, which would make him the biggest reach of the draft. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, sure. D'Amico is just... I try to imagine, like, I can just imagine D'Amico Ryans talking to Caserio, like, we can use a linebacker. We need a linebacker. Like, you know D'Amico Ryans has such love for those big, athletic defensive players. No doubt about it. Cowboys pick is already in at 76. And we have... okay. Ravel Jr. finally goes off. That's a good pick by the Cowboys. That's a good pick. That's solid. Ravel goes. That's solid. Good pick. Can't hate that. That's a solid pick for them. That's a solid pick. So we have Carolina, Arizona, and then the Texans. Carolina, Arizona, and then the Texans. Come on. Let's get someone good here. Definitely will be no trading up or back at this point. I mean, I don't know why you would trade back when you pick at 89. Still no running backs off the board. Very surprising. Very surprising. Panthers on the clock at 77. They have picked up Ted McMillan. That took no time. They've already put in their pick. So that's good to see. This draft is moving at somewhat of a fast pace. It is the draft, so it is what it is. Yeah, ESPN is talking about Will Campbell way too much. Like, yeah, we get it. He's good. Princely Umen Elin. Princely Umen Milen. Princely something. Princely Umenilen. Princely Umenilen. That's a solid pick. Princely Umenilen. I can't say that to save my life. I'm going to stop trying. Cannot say that name. I'm itching for a defensive player, mostly D tackle. Jack Sawyer still is available. Also Joshua Farmer. Yeah, two good names. Two good names. What will the Texans do? The Texans could go running back. At this point, you wait just for 89, I think. I don't think you need to go running back at 79. There's been no run on running backs. You could look at defensive tackle, pick your guy there. Corners seem to have flown off pretty recently. Hell, there's some good receivers too. There's some good running backs and some good receivers out there. So, I mean, the pick is in for the Cardinals. So the Texans are about to be on the clock, guys. Cardinals are picking. Guys, we are coming up on the Texans pick. Don't forget to hit that like button. That really helps me out a lot. Like and subscribe. Cardinals picking at 78. Houston set to pick right after. I'm curious to see First of all, I'm curious to see who the Cardinals snag from right under the Texans. Then I'm curious to see how long it takes the Texans to write their pick. That is what I'm curious about. Bubba's likes Noel, or Noel, whatever, solid. Cardinals pick is in. Got to let them talk about it. Let them run some ads. Wonder who the Cardinals are picking here. Third round of this draft. Cardinals pick is in. Cardinals could take a receiver, they could take a guard, they could take a corner, they could take a running back. They could do anything. They could take Shador. Shador might be a day threer. He might be a day threer. I don't know what the chances are of the Texans going back-to-back O-linemen. I feel like it's got to be pretty low. You got your tackle. There's not really an amazing guard out there. I mean, Charles Grant from William and Mary. That's a tackle, but could play guard maybe. So I don't really know about the double O-line, but the Cardinals pick has been live for so long. The Texans are going to pick like immediately after the Cardinals, so we got to be ready. The Cardinals select Jordan Birch, edge from Oregon. It's fine, right? Solid pickup. Solid pickup. No hate. No hate at all. All right, guys, it's Texans time. Texans time. Texans time.
Have a patch where a leadership number on his jersey shows you they usually give that to his.
No running back still. Running back drought. Running back drought. All right. Why are we still talking about Will Campbell? Why are we still talking about him? Bang. Texans on the clock officially. Texans on the clock thinking about their pick. The pick is in. Probably were on the clock, a lot earlier since we spent so much time with the Cardinals. Texans pick is in. Currently have Higgins. Currently have Ariante Urser. Two solid picks. Can they continue the streak? Can they continue the streak? The Houston Texans. Is it a running back? Do we go to another guard? Are we going to another receiver? Do we do some defense? Jaylen Noel. No way. Go grab his teammate. Jaylen Noel, the double wide receivers from Iowa State. Wow. That's not bad. Jaylen Noel. So adding wide receivers to this room. Like an insane amount. That is insane. No running back, but give me another wide receiver. Wow. We go and grab his teammate. That is interesting. Jaylen Noel. Or Noel. I need to know that now. Bubba's called it. Bubba said, I like Noel, or Noel, however you say that. Someone in the comments, is it Noel or is it Noel? Because I had a friend named Noel. I don't know. Yeah, so say goodbye to Mechie. Say goodbye to Hutch. That's insane. Mechie and Hutch probably don't make this team, guys. Mechie and Hutch probably don't make this team. That is so interesting. So interesting. They like their receivers. I did not think we were going double receiver in the first 3 picks. But yeah, Mechie is gone now. Wow, we go pick up some teammates. Wow, very interesting. I mean, look, I kind of like that because they've already got that connection with each other. They've already got that bond. They're walking into this place. They can do the same thing. Solid stuff, man. 100% agree, Martin. 100% agree. Martin says also Tank Dell's future might not be bright. Yeah, I think with this pick, it is very unlikely that the Texans have any faith in Tank Dell returning to like any shell of himself. I mean, the guy blew out his knee. So yeah, it's not looking great for Tank Dell, to say the least. But let's go update the board real quick. We've got a couple of teammates added here. It's funny because in the beginning of the stream, I was like, I don't want to put the wrong guy on the right side because they kind of look alike. They're in the same, on the same school and the same team. Didn't end up mattering because they are both there. So picking Noel over Royals. I was not expecting the receiver. To happen. But the good news is we pick at 89 again, boys. We pick at 89 right back again. So we got to stay on this and stay locked in. Wow. Very interesting. Very interesting selection by the Houston Texans. Ultimately, I think the right move was going, like if you were going to go for an offensive weapon, I think there's always more value with wide receivers than running backs. Just my personal opinion. So I do like the idea of taking another receiver slightly more than running back, but at some point you got to get Joe Mixon some help, right? You got to get Joe Mixon some help. The teammates are back again. Very interesting. I will like to make the small note that we have 3 Iowa State receivers on this team right now. Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Noel, and Xavier Hutchinson. So Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Noel. 3 Iowa State receivers on this team. I hope Hutchinson makes it, but it just got a lot more competitive for Hutch. Hutch was a 6th-round pick, I believe. So, very interesting. That was pretty shocking, I think. That was shocking. I was expecting a receiver. I wasn't expecting a receiver at all. So, yeah, Iowa State is forever tied to Texas now. I mean, wow, that's 3 receivers. 3 receivers on this team. Currently on this team. Insane. Well, Stroud's got people to throw to now. I mean, you would hope. Very interesting. Damn, Tank Dell might be the biggest what if, man. I don't want to knock it now, but you never know. We absolutely are going lineman next, offensive or defensive. I would hope. I still think there's a chance running back gets hit on, but yeah, I would hope. So they chose him over Ty Felton, Elick Iomenor, Savion Williams, Jalen Royals. They liked him. They liked him a good amount, choosing him over several wide receivers. Let's try to pull up with a list here. So Jaden Higgins they chose over Jalen Royals, over Restrepo, Savion, the Tesla guy. Oh no, the Tesla guy went before. Torrey Horton, Tez Johnson, Isaiah Bond, Ty Felton. Yeah, and then the rest are the rest. But the Texans obviously seeing the wide receiver room as a big issue. So J Perp, does Nick Caserio know someone from Iowa State? Good Lord. He might, man. This is crazy. It's just shocking. 3 receivers from Iowa State. Hold on. Have the last 3 receivers that the Houston Texans have drafted all been from Iowa State? Am I being stupid here? Oh wait, no, because Hutchinson was 2 years ago, right? So I'm tripping. I think I'm tripping, probably. Let's see. So Jaylen Noel, Jaden Higgins. Yeah, Xavier Hutchinson. I'm right. The last 3 wide receivers the Houston Texans have drafted have been from Iowa State. So if that doesn't tell you anything, I don't know what to tell you, man. If we draft a receiver next, it will be another Iowa State receiver. So get ready because, yeah, there's going to be another one somewhere. That's crazy. The last 3 Texans to have been drafted as wide receivers, or wide receivers to have been drafted as Texans, all came from Iowa State. Xavier Hutchinson, Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Noel. Also, I think they're kind of shell-shocked from drafting a running back. We haven't since Pierce and the late-round guy that we cut last year. I don't know. You're talking about Jawar Jordan from Louisville. Yeah, he was a late-round guy. Tank was U of H. Yes, Tank. But the thing is, Xavier Hutchinson came after Tank, right? So the last 3 receivers have been Iowa State because it went Tank Dell, Hutchinson, no wide receivers in 2024, and then it went Higgins and Noel. Is it Noel or Noel? I just need to stick with one and say it. It's annoying. All right, Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State, goes to the Titans. So interesting, man. He's got that position coach on speed dial, man. Has that ever happened before? I mean, I feel like it might. When's the last time that's happened, I wonder? 3 of the same position get taken back to back to back in separate years. I like Noel, though. He's more of a slot guy. But speedy, good route runner, good hands. Like, he's solid. I mean, they're both very good wide receivers. I think Higgins is better, obviously. But, I mean, solid pickups. Let's see what PFF has to say about Higgins. Higgins is a reliable possession receiver who can run a diverse route tree from any alignment thanks to impressive foot quickness. He won't be an athletic standout in the NFL, but will often be in the right place in the right time. And now Jaylen Noel. Noel is a compact and powerful slot receiver who wins with a good first step and can succeed in an NFL offense where the quarterback holds the ball a little longer in the pocket. He'll need to be more dynamic after the catch to earn a consistent starting role in the league. Yeah, 5'11" and 200 pounds. Jaylen Noel is 5'11", 200 pounds. This is kind of absurd, but Okay, Caleb Johnson goes to the Steelers at 83. Caleb Johnson goes to the Steelers. I told you there was going to be a running back run at some point. It might have just started. The Steelers opting for Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson is a very good running back. One of my favorite running backs in the draft. One of my favorite in the draft. Caleb Johnson goes off the board. So if you're just tuning in, the Texans drafting not one, but two Iowa State receivers. What's that saying? Like, if I had a quarter for every time the Texans drafted an Iowa State receiver, I'd have 75 cents, but it's still weird that that's happened 3 times, you know? It's still kind of weird. Very interesting, to say the least. Let's cross off Caleb Johnson off the list because he just went to the Steelers at 83. We are approaching the last Texans pick, though, so got to stay locked in. Got to stay locked in. Bucks selecting Jacob Parrish, the corner from Kansas State. Jacob Parrish, the corner from Kansas State. Caleb Johnson's a good back, man. I really like him. I think he'll be great on the Steelers. I really do. I think he'll be perfect on the Steelers. And his uniform already matches. Like, they don't even have to change his uniform, dude. They just throw that Hawkeyes uniform on him, and he's chilling. Looks the exact same as the Steelers. Oh, I guess everyone's making fun of Shador again because he didn't get selected because it was Caleb Johnson. Guys, the NFL does not think Shador Sanders is worth the trouble. They don't think he's good. If they thought he was serviceable, they would have, already picked him. They don't think he's good. It's fine. It is what it is. Bad day to be a Sanders. KC up at 85, Chargers up at 86, Green Bay up at 87. Getting close to another selection. And let me grab a water real quick. Chiefs pick Noel Williams, the corner from California. As in the college, not the state. Although he's probably from California too. Solid. And you say daddy's home. Where is Savion Williams? Someone's asking in this different chat. He's a project, That's like when your dad tells you to wake up at 8 a.m. in the morning and mow the lawn. Like, that's a project. That's going to take a couple hours. You're going to be doing that for a little bit. So, that's not something you just hop out and do. Drafting Savion Williams is like, getting ready to mow a huge lawn. Like, you got to be ready to undertake that. Also, they just showed a highlight of Noel Williams, and dead ass, the dude just dropped the ball, like dead ass. Not the best highlight we could have shown for him, guys. Looks like Noel can fill the Tank Dell punt return spot too. They have Braxton Berrios for that too, I think. Pretty sure Braxton's the one returning punts, but yeah, they can throw Noel back there too. Surely the Raiders take... Oh, never mind. I'm tripping. I'm shooting up. Unless you're on the beat, bro. I need rap. I guess the good news with taking 2 receivers is the chances of both of them being busts are pretty slim, right? You pick a receiver in the 2nd round and then a receiver in the 3rd round, like one of them's got to be good, right? You obviously hope both of them are solid, but realistically, like if we could extend one, that would be awesome. Joshua Farmer still on the board. Sorry about that if it clipped. But Joshua Farmer still on the board from Florida State, I think. It's becoming very real that we don't see Shedeur Sanders today. Any rep, your free throw man down. Tell him breathe, bro. 10 picks for Shedeur to make it. Day 2 guy, day 2 guy. Honestly, that'd be kind of cool, right? You're in college. You're just racking up yards and receptions at your school. Your buddy, your best friend, the receiver opposite of you gets drafted to the Texans. You're like, hey, man, just heard you got drafted. Wish you the best, man. Go have fun in Texas. You get the phone call, hey, we're drafting you too. It's like, yo, Jaden, I'm still on your team. Like, that's crazy. How often does that happen? Same position and everything. That's nuts. Almost getting back to Texans time. See what they do. Okay, show us the Chargers pick, please. Please show us the Chargers pick. I'll try to find some stuff on Noel. Shefty just posted about it. The new Iowa State Texans. At pick number 79 in the 3rd round, the Texans selected their 2nd Iowa State receiver of the night, Jaylen Noel. At pick 34 in the 2nd round, the Texans selected Iowa State receiver Jaden Higgins. And I don't know how to say his name. Caldwell goes to Oregon. I knew how to say that. I don't know how to say it now. Yeah, so for anyone interested, Jaden Higgins is 6'4", running a 4.47. 6'4", running a 4.47. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, Jaylen Noel went for 1,000 yards as well. So there's that to think about. Hold on, I got to be tripping. They went... Okay, Higgins went for 1183. And Noel went for 1194. So I thought they were off by 1 yard. They're off by 11 yards. Slightly less catches, but yeah, they're solid, man. Solid receivers. Packers are picking at 87. Their pick is in, and then the Houston Texans will be back up at 89. Packers pick is in. This is how you know football is king. I haven't watched NBA playoffs in 2 days. Football is king. I will be watching the NFL playoffs. Only the Rockets games, though. I'm going to be real. I'm not watching. I mean, I'll tap into the Lakers maybe a little bit. Are they playing right now? I thought they weren't playing tonight. Oh, they're playing right now. Oh, I thought the Lakers were playing tomorrow, too, so that sucks. That's a good game. You just reminded me, but yeah, you're right. We'll stick with football for sure. Definitely watching that Rockets game tomorrow, though, for sure. For sure. Savion Williams goes to the Packers. Wow, the Packers selecting Matthew Golden and Savion Williams. That's a pretty scary receiver duo. First team that I can recall that has picked 2 receivers besides the Texans. Unless I just have a bad memory. So Savion Williams, he's a project receiver. I've said that several times. You got to put a lot of resources into him. Kind of glad the Texans won't. I'm kidding. They're not going to take another receiver. But yeah, so Savion Williams only had 570 receiving yards. But it's a little misleading because they used him in Wildcat. They used him as a fullback, or a halfback, I should say. Yeah, so in his career, he's got 1,600 receiving yards. I liked him. He's an athletic monster. He's going to be hard to bring down, but good for them. So Jacksonville at 88, and then Houston at 89. Houston's back in a second. Houston back in a second. Houston back in a second. The Jaguars haven't picked since Travis Hunter. Jaguars making their selection at 88, have not picked since they traded up for Travis Hunter. They gave up a first-round pick next year to go move up 3 spots, if I'm not mistaken. I guess. Jacksonville's pick is in, and then we get to Houston. Caleb Ransaw, the corner from Tulane. The Jags pick up Caleb Ransaw, the corner from Tulane. That seems fine. Seems chill. Yeah, I think we're chill on that. Chill on that. We are chill on that. So Houston is up at 89. We have traded back. What did we do here? We traded back? Did we trade back? We traded our pick, Hercules says. Okay, we traded back. I wonder what we did. Let's look it up. So not at 89 anymore. Are we still picking today is the question. I don't know. Who has the news? Someone tell me. What's happening here? Okay. The Texans are trading pick 89 to the Jags, 89 and 236 for 102 and 142. So the Texans have traded 89 for 102, which would put them in the 4th round. Interesting. Makes sense, I guess. Makes sense if they're really not messing with anyone else. Yeah, we traded our pick. We gave up 89 for 102, and we gave up 236 for 142. Interesting. Are we the last pick in the third? Is that right, Martin? I trust you, man. Third round draft picks. Is that right? Really goes down to that? With the comp picks? Oh, my math is just awful. Bet we will stick around then. 89 for 102, and then got 142 for 236. All right, Nick doesn't seem to see too much. Okay, Wyatt Milam goes, the guard. So the Texans could have grabbed Wyatt Milam, and they chose not to. Wyatt Milam, West Virginia. We talked about him a little bit earlier. That's fine. I'm not a huge Wyatt Milam guy, but I mean, at the same time, is Urser just switching to guard now? Is that what's happening? Just putting Urser at guard? Because you still have Blake Fisher on the team. So, trading out to 102. So I guess we will wait this out. Rams pick is in at 90. Rams pick is in at 90. Gotta wait a little longer. Or the Texans. Going to 102 now, guys. Riding it out. Riding out the whole draft. Riding it out. Like the middle of a storm. So they don't like really anyone here? Or are they waiting for running backs maybe? They think they can find some good depth? Terrence Ferguson, the tight end out of... No, okay, they already picked him. I was like, wait, Terrence Ferguson went way earlier. So the Rams are still waiting. Their pick is in, though. So what, 12 more picks until we get there with all the comp picks. I low-key forgot about comp picks. Low-key forgot about the comp picks. I understand why we trade down. Just take your guy at the spot you're at or best available. Players are going to get taken. So you're saying you get the trade down then because of that, I assume. Yeah, I mean, you're the last pick in the third round now, and you got a fourth, so guess it makes sense. Guess it makes sense. Picking out 102. which I guess is pretty close to where we would have picked at 99, right? 99, we Kobe'd that to them to move up to 48 for Urser. And now we just traded back a little bit backwards from 89 to 102, so a little past 99, but not by much. So, interesting. Rams pick is in, but can I see it? I wonder. Oh, Oscar, you're saying you don't understand why we trade back because players are going to get taken. So you're saying you don't get the trade back or you do get the trade back? Don't understand. I love this draft so far. Yeah, I think it's been very solid. I think Higgins is a very good receiver. I think you got really good value with Noel. So, yeah. Oh, Oscar, you don't understand it. Yeah, when the Texans are looking at that board and they're looking at the band of players they have at, 89, they're saying to themselves, well, half of these guys are defense or whatever, and we don't really care about when they get taken. So they're saying, might as well just wait on it. And instead, we'd rather trade our 200 for a 140 and have another fourth rounder. So it just depends. I mean, everyone's board is different. I get what you're saying, though, but yeah, you stay in the third round just barely. Josiah Stewart, the edge from Michigan, gets selected by the Rams. Give me one more good value pick at 102. Give me one good value pick at 102 when we call it a night. And please don't trade back from 102. Don't make me sit through 12 more picks to trade back, Nick. Nick, if you can hear this, stick and pick. Stick and pick. Stick and pick. Baltimore back on the board at 91. Their pick is in. I want Helm or West the D tackle or Scatabo. There's a lot of running backs you could be happy with. Gunnar Helm I'm not as high up on, but if you want a tight end, he's the only guy left, really. I like West, the D tackle, get younger at that position. I certainly understand the appeal. Totally get that as well. D tackle makes sense. Start getting some defense on the board. I totally get that as well. Emory Jones Jr., the tackle from LSU, goes to the Ravens. Interesting that Emory Jones goes before Cameron Williams, but I do think Emory Jones Jr. is better for sure. So, yeah, good pick by the Ravens. The Ravens always draft well. That's no surprise. They know what they're doing. Next at 92, we have Seattle. Big run stuffer, for sure. For sure. Yeah, D'Amico loves guys who can stop the run, obviously, but he likes guys who can chase the quarterback, too. So you want to be looking for, big D tackles that can get to the quarterback. The Seahawks took Gray Zabel at 18 and Nick Amanawari and Elijah Arroyo. So they had a good draft as well. Their draft looks pretty nice. Their pick at 92 is now in. Texans passing up on Wyatt Milam, passing up on potentially a few running backs that get taken between 92 and 101. But we'll see. You got the right temperature. I wanna turn you on. Seahawks are selecting. Drum roll. Man, did I already drink my water? I fly through water so quickly. It's actually crazy. Jalen Milroe. 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 Shador, get ready to learn Chinese. You're not playing in the league. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Milroe goes before Shador Sanders. Wow. What did he say in his interviews? What did he do? What did he say in his interviews? Was he that much of an asshole? Like, he has talent. I don't want to discredit all of his talent. Shador, I definitely had higher on my board than... I definitely had him higher on my board than freaking Jalen Milroe. Definitely had him on the board higher than, you know, Tyler Show. Wow, that's crazy. Seahawks, Oscar. He went to the Seahawks before Sanders, if I might add. Dude, what is wrong with Sanders? Does he have like some weird... Was he really that bad in his interviews? I know we heard that he interviewed horribly, like the worst ever. Is he cocky? Is he egotistical? Probably. Is there the whole thing with Dion and then Dion peering over GM's shoulders and the fact that Sanders is a celebrity and teams don't really want the pressure of having a celebrity be a backup, and maybe he's not as good as his stats seem because he took a lot of sacks, made bad decisions. I don't know. Maybe it's all that. But over Milroe? I don't know about that, man. This is nuts. Crazy. Saints at number 93. Their pick is in. What the Chinese reference? I'm just making fun of him saying he's not going to be able to play in the league. I probably shouldn't do that, but you know, what's the phrase? You don't kick him in when he's down or whatever. So, yeah. Sorry, Sanders. I hope you make it out, man. Milroe over Sanders. Was Milroe the one they were saying had like small hands, and then they remeasured it and it was fine? Interesting. At this point, I don't even want to say Shador is going to be the 5th quarterback off the board because he might not. We might see McCord. We might see Will Howard go before him. I mean, what's it going to be at this point, man? The Saints already picked a quarterback. I guess the Steelers could take him tomorrow. Are the Steelers going to take him tomorrow? I think some of this have to do with his dad. I remember Deion Sanders pressuring. I agree, Oscar. I think his dad did not help. His dad did not help the situation. I know people were saying that he's viewed as a celebrity and GMs don't. Like, let's say you're playing a quarterback and Shador's the backup and your quarterback's not playing well. And now all the fans want you to put in Shador and you feel that pressure. Like, some GMs and coaches just don't want that, you know? Jonas Sanker, the safety, goes from Virginia, 93 overall to New Orleans. Very interesting. Very interesting. This is the story of the draft, 100%. 100%. Wow. I mean, that's got to be, there's no way he can have an ego now, right? Like, this is embarrassing, frankly. He was posting pictures of him on Instagram. He was posting him throwing to Malik Neighbors. He was posting interviews with Max Crosby. The moment after he's not a first-round pick, he goes, "We all know this wasn't supposed to happen." Cocky boy, getting humbled. Getting humbled. Crazy. Crazy. Someone said Sanders falling out of the third question mark. That's messed up. That's kind of funny. Temperature you wanna hurry on. I do like the Caleb Johnson pick to the Steelers. I think he'll fit great there. Yeah, either one, Bo or Scat next. Either one would be great. Either one. Yeah, I feel like Milroe, or I feel like Milroe is controversial, but I like the pick. Let him develop. Let him kind of ease into the role. Show him the ropes. Don't put a franchise on his head. Yeah. The Browns have Judkins and Harold Fannin Jr. Their pick at 94 is in. So let's see. It has been quite the day here. Pick 94. Do the Browns take him? Do the Browns take Shedeur? Shedeur. Browns need quarterback. Do the Browns need a quarterback? Surely the Browns take him here, right? Houston Texans need a pick. 102. Wilson would be decent, the center. Yeah, he would. I've heard his name a good amount. What's his first name? Starts with a J, right? Is it Jared? Jared Wilson? Or am I? Yeah, Jared Wilson. He'd be solid. This might be a masterclass because I think the Texans could get a really good value pick at 102. I mean, I still have a list of running backs you could go for. So. It is interesting, though. The moment the Texans picked Jaden Higgins, a lot of teams moved back. They said, let's move back. Don't really want anyone else. So that's good for us, guys. Really freaking good draft so far. The Browns pick Dillon Gabriel. Oh my God. It's picked Dillon Gabriel. He's going undrafted. He's going undrafted. He's going undrafted, bro. You're joking. Dillon Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders? What the hell, Leonte? Dylan Gabriel over Sanders. Guys, this is a... what are we... What? Oh, it's crazy. I thought that was Shador. I thought that was Shador for sure. This is actually entertaining. I have no skin in the game. I got my quarterback. This is entertaining. That's embarrassing. Now you're about to be the 6th quarterback off. Homie, you might go undrafted. Put the watch down, bro. Put the watch down. Guys, Dylan Gabriel, I mean, he had an okay Senior Bowl, but you're cooked. The Sanders family is cooked. Dion, you can't go out like this, man. Dylan Gabriel over Shador Sanders? Who's getting fired for that? Dylan Gabriel goes over Shador Sanders? This is officially the biggest fall I've ever seen. I mean, we're talking about quarterbacks here. We're not talking about the left tackle that should have gone. This is the quarterback position. Dylan Gabriel over Shador Sanders, who's already been passed up by Tyler Show and Jalen Milroe. That is absolute insanity. I am so happy I have a franchise quarterback. Wow, I mean, hell, at that point, you could start throwing Will Howard in the conversation. Or Kyle McCord. I mean, seriously. No, the Patriots just took Jared Wilson, guys. Patriots just took Jared Wilson. What did Shador do to deserve this? Nathan, I have no idea. Like, it's one thing for him to be an asshole, be cocky, be whatever, but that's crazy. Jared Wilson, a fan favorite here, goes center from Georgia, goes to the Patriots at 95. So if the plan was we're going to pick Jared Wilson at 102, it's a shit plan because the Patriots just got him. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. If they should have stayed at 89 and just taken Wilson. Dude, we might get to 102 and maybe they're not even thinking O-line. Which is crazy. Maybe they're thinking we'll go get someone in free agency. I don't know who, but haven't looked into it. But maybe they're just like, we're not drafting a lineman anymore. Like, we're gonna go get a running back, or we're gonna go get a D tackle, or we're gonna go get a backup corner or something. I don't know, man. Yeah, Jared Wilson did seem to be. I mean, he was my favorite pick at 102. Shador. That's insane. Dylan Gabriel over Shador. I mean, I wish I could have bet on that. Shit. Payout would have been like, what, 1 to 20,000 or something? Shit. Looker, yo, first time here, so are we doing good on this round? Well, yes. We drafted Jaden Higgins in the second, followed by Ariante Urser, followed by his teammate, Jaden Higgins' teammate, Jaylen Noel, and we traded back from 89 to 102. So now we are trying to figure out, are we going back to another offensive weapon? Or are we going to maybe a guard or a center? Or are we going to the defensive side of the ball? And someone said Houston traded up. I don't see it. Traded up for Urser? Oh, that's a bad sign, though. You know what, Nick Casario, he's like, oh, shit, they just took Wilson. We got to trade up. Is that what that trade up is? You know what I mean? Is that what the trade up is? Is that what the trade up is, man? All right, Houston is on the board. Give me something good. Give me something good. Give me something good. Come on. Higgins, Urser, Noel. At 102, saw Jared Wilson slip through the cracks of your fingertips. The pick is in for Houston. Might be Mbo. Might be Bo. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Pick is in. Selection has been made. Just waiting on the reveal. Texans moving quickly back up after Jared Wilson gets selected. Quickly move back up to 97, back end of the third round from 102. Don't know what that compensation is. Don't really care, honestly. And they select cornerback Jalen Smith from USC. Chad, is he good? I have no idea. I have no idea if this guy's good or not. I'm going to be real. Backup corner, though, kind of fits a need for sure. 2024 had 2 interceptions and 4 passes defended. Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC. So they go backup corner. They go back up corner. .445 40-yard dash at the combine. Interesting. Let's go see what's... I got to do some research on this guy. I did not look this deep into corners. I'm going to be 100% honest. Let's go to the trusty PFF website. So, wow, yeah, wasn't expecting a backup corner, but not out of the, not out of the blue. You are looking for kind of a backup corner behind Lassiter, Stingley. Okay, well, it's not good that I can't find him on PFF. Jalen Smith is ranked on PFF at 241. Smith is built like a nickel, but posted a career-best 82.5 coverage grade while playing on the outside. He generally does well to prevent yards after the catch, but his lack of elite speed and length leads to very low forced and completion rates. Smith projects as a versatile backup and special teamer. He better not be a special teamer. With his experience inside, outside, at safety working in his favor. That is the thing on Jalen Smith, 5'11", 190 pounds. Yeah, the reality is, here's the thing. We can't hate on it because we can't hate on it because Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock are amazing at their jobs. Kalen Bullock also coming from USC. So, is it my favorite pick of the night? Definitely the least favorite. He better not be a depth or a special teamer. Like, what are we doing? Drafting a special teamer with a third-round pick. Like, that's not good, right? He's obviously a depth guy just with the corners we have. So, I mean, maybe, Stingley has had an injury history. I hate to even put that in the air. Kamari Lassiter missed some time last year. The back, you do want a backup corner. You don't it's I don't know. I'm struggling to find out what to say, but it's not like they went and drafted, an edge guy in the third, even though that is a flashier position that I would have liked to see. But yeah, it is what it is. So the trade up was interesting. You traded up for that guy. I don't know if you needed to even do that, but there was a little bit of a corner run, so maybe they felt like they needed that backup corner in the third. At the end of the day, you have to trust D'Amico. D'Amico turned this defense into a monster. D'Amico knows how to draft defensive players in the second rounds and the third rounds, so you can't hate on it. Can't hate on it, but damn, the O-line still hasn't been addressed. Yeah, the guard position's interesting. I mean, you have Urser, who's a tackle. Maybe he's going to be the guard. We let the Pats steal the last good O-lineman. Yeah, I did feel like that. At first, the draft was going good, but it has gone to shit. I hope these new players make me eat my words. Yeah, I feel you, man. Backup corner is what it is, man. Is what it is. That was not the pick I wanted to see. Going to be completely honest with you. PFF's not like, you know, the only source that I use, but didn't get that far in the corners. Not this year. Not with the corner and the secondary room we have. So, rotational guy you picked in the 3rd round. Might as well get Shador, right? Might as well get Shador, throw him in backup. CJ gets hurt, praying that doesn't happen. Throw Shador in for 1 game. He does really well. Boom, trade him back to someone. The Jacoby Brissett story. Or not Jacoby Brissett. The other dude the Patriots traded. Whatever his name was. Joe Milton, right? Joe Milton. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, I can completely understand walking away with a backup corner in this draft. But that dude in the 3rd round, you traded up from 102 for him. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that, guys. Can't hate it, though. I don't want to look like a dummy because I've doubted Kamari Lassiter before. I've doubted Bullock before. They're both amazing. So, you know, you can't really hate on it. It seems like they know what they're doing with the secondary. Yeah. Caleb Rogers, another tackle, goes to the Raiders from Texas Tech. Everyone's happy because there's no Shador again. That's crazy. Yeah, the first three picks were fine. Like 3 solid picks up in the first round, in the first 3 picks. So yeah, Brandon would be nice. We need corner depth. I thought Bryant from Kansas would be drafted later, though. Yeah. Still like this draft. I'll give it a B-. Yeah, you know, I don't have the grade on me now. I'll definitely think about that when the draft's over. But, yeah, it was solid. I really like the Higgins pick. I really like the Urser pick. The Noel pick, I liked. This pick, I'm not a fan of. But maybe he's going to move to a backup star position role. Yeah, you would hope, you know. There is, you know what they could have done? Now that I'm thinking about it, they might be trying to have a backup for Petrie because Petrie gets hurt. Petrie has an injury history, and Petrie can't cover. So maybe they're trying to draft a backup and make him a nickel corner. That could potentially be the reason. I just don't know if that's the guy. I mean, it's so early for that, you know? But, I mean, crazier things have happened. I mean, he's a backup for someone. Built like a nickel, 82.5 coverage grade when playing on the outside in 2024. So, yeah, he's an outside corner. I mean, probably not a nickel. I mean, hell, Petrie was a safety at one point. And there goes Charles Grant, offensive tackle from William and Mary. So, the Raiders also taking... Raiders taking Caleb Rogers. Or no, what am I saying? Raiders have taken Charles Grant from William and Mary. Yeah, I agree. They must have him really high up on their board. I mean, if D'Amico likes him that much, who am I to hate it? But it is perplexing. For sure. I mean, he's walking into an amazing room, you know. Kamari Lassiter, who was a stud his rookie year. Stingley, all-pro. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a vet. Petrie, who's decent, you know. So, yeah, I feel like you could have stayed at 102 and gotten the same guy, honestly. I mean, the way these picks have turned out that I'm watching, you could have just stayed, I think. And even if, like, he goes, like, it's like, fine, bro. It's chill. Yeah, I just got to trust D'Amico and Caserio. I completely agree, man. Just got to let them do their job. That's why they get paid the big bucks to do it. 49ers are up at 100. Philly is up at 101. And then Minnesota up at 102. Texans taking Jalen Smith. Not to be that guy, but they've taken Jaylen Higgins, Jalen Smith, and Jaden Noel. Or is it Jaden? Now I'm getting it all messed up, guys. It's over. It's over for me. There's too many J's. There's too many J's. Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Noel, and Jalen Smith. So two Jaylens. Two Jaylens. Trade Pierce, Mechie, and a third rounder next year for Zabel. They wouldn't do it, dude. No way in hell they would do that. Pierce gives you nothing in value. Mechie gives you nothing in value. Third rounder next year is nothing compared to spending 18 on Zabel. So, yeah, they would not do that. They, as in Seattle, would not do that. '49ers up at 100. Guess we'll ride this out. Again, seems like they could have just stuck and pick. I mean, guess we'll look at the compensation. We'll see what the interwebs are saying about it. But so they traded 102 and 142 to the Vikings for 97 and 187. So that 142 pick goes back to 187. That's the compensation. So, yeah, everyone just trust the process. I think that's the right sentiment. Yeah, and I was thinking about this, and I saw someone tweet this out, but, you know, at this point, there's no real O-lineman who would start for us from the draft. I mean, unless you just get really lucky and hit on someone. So, at this, like, if you're trying to fix the offensive line through the draft, doesn't seem likely. Does anybody know why Elik Ayumanor is falling so hard too? I don't know why he's falling so hard. The Stanford receiver, because I know he was like a fringe round 1 pick when I started looking into him. And I guess I've stepped away too long from the receivers, but I thought he was for sure a second rounder at the latest. Okay, looks a little bit better. Upton Stout, the corner from West Kentucky goes. Upton Stout. Upton Stout. Upton Stout goes from Western Kentucky. PFF has him ranked at 197. Jalen Smith was ranked around 240-ish. 241. So PFF likes the guy the 49ers just took, which, you know, I don't really care that much about that, but it's a good reference point. So it looks a little better. Looks a little better. Corner gets taken right before you. It looks a little better. Jalen Smith cracking it into the top 100. Eagles picking at 101, and they are trading the pick. Eagles are trading the pick to Denver. For a second, it looked like the Houston Blue, but it's Denver. Denver is now on the clock. Denver is now on the clock. Shador Sanders is still there. Jalen Royals, Marcus Mbo, Bichelle Tootin. Yeah, you got some names still out there. You got a lot of running backs out there. Broncos pick is in at 101. Broncos select if it'll play. Savion Jones, the edge from LSU. So Broncos go up and select Mr. Jones. The Texans' next pick is tomorrow, Oscar. Assuming they don't come back and trade in at 102. We are one pick away from the third round and second day of the NFL draft being over. So we're just going to ride this out to the end. Appreciate y'all for stopping by for sure. Like and subscribe if you want more daily Texans content. Always happy to be here and produce content for you guys. Gonna wait to see who Minnesota picks at 102 because we traded with Minnesota. We were originally at 102 and gave that up to select the corner. And the Vikings pick is in. Let's see who gets snuck in to the last round, or the last part of the third round. Ooh, it's been a long time, guys. It's been a long time. It's been a long time on the stream. Let's see. Vikings at 102 after just trading with the Houston Texans. They will select. They've already got Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, and they select, come on. It's going to be a little bit. Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur. Yeah, I appreciate you, Bubba's. Appreciate you, man. They select Ty Felton, the receiver from Maryland. Ty Felton goes to the Vikings, the receiver from Maryland. He sneaks into the third round. Appreciate you, Bubba. It's not a great draft year for us. C- so far. I think C- is a bit harsh. Honestly, the only pick I was questionable about was the corner with when we moved up from 102. But I like Higgins, really good. Noel's good. Urser, glad you got him. So appreciate y'all stopping by. Martin, appreciate you. Diehard fan season ticket. Appreciate that, Martin. Appreciate you for stopping by for sure. And appreciate all of you. Don't forget to like and subscribe like Martin just did. Really grinded out that stream. But did the second and third round of the NFL draft. Glad to see all of y'all in the chat always. And I will see you guys in the next one. So appreciate y'all. Stick around.